Chapter 3588. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand was a supreme-grade divine weapon. When it was shaken by Lu Ming's divine power, it exploded and turned into fragments that flew in all directions toward the square-faced man in red armor. Sizzle. Sizzle. The pieces of the spear pierced through the air, creating a terrifying sound. Each piece turned into a spear light and pierced towards the armored men. Not good. Block it. Ah! Roars and screams were heard. The armored men could not block the spear light. Their attacks and defenses were destroyed the moment they came into contact with the spear light. Then, their bodies were pierced through by the spear light. The destructive power tore their bodies apart and destroyed their souls. Bang! Bang! The armored men's corpses fell heavily on the ground, creating loud booms. Dead. The dozens of blood-armored men were wiped out in an instant. Only one of them was still alive. It was the square-faced man. That man was indeed in the seventh king god realm. He used his powerful strength to block Lu Ming's attack. However, he was still sent flying 100 meters away. Blood spurted out of his mouth and his arm almost exploded. At this moment, the place was dead silent. Time and space seemed to have frozen. Everyone felt as if their hearts were about to explode. Their minds were about to stop. What had they just seen? Dozens of powerful blood-armored men were killed in an instant. What kind of strength was this? They were dreaming. They must be dreaming. He Chuan and He Ti screamed in their hearts. They could not believe what had just happened. Slap. He Chuan slapped himself hard to see if he was dreaming. However, he almost fainted from the slap. You're strong. However, it's not enough. Lu Ming looked at the square-faced burly man. He stepped into the air and clenched his fist in the air. The hegemon spear condensed in his forehead and a powerful aura pressed toward the square-faced burly man. The square-faced man's complexion changed drastically, becoming deathly pale without a trace of blood. Lu Ming's strength was already terrifying. However, it was even more terrifying now. He was no match for such strength. He would die here. I am a protector of Blood Dragon Hall. You can't kill me. The square-faced man roared. Unfortunately, Lu Ming did not buy it at all. He said coldly, Blood Dragon Hall? Never heard of it. The Blood Dragon Hall has an expert of the 9th Godly King layer. Even though you're strong, you're not a match for a 9th Godly King layer expert. If you kill me, the Blood Dragon Hall won't let you off. The square-faced man still wanted to use the Blood Dragon Hall to suppress Lu Ming. He roared as he retreated. His words caused the expressions of Feng Zhou and the others to change drastically. The Blood Dragon Hall had an expert of the 9th King God layer. It should be noted that in the past 100 years since the mother planet of the Dragon Clan had been revived, the cultivation of the cultivators on the mother planet of the Dragon Clan had skyrocketed at an astonishing speed. However, as far as they knew, the strongest person on the Dragon Clan's mother planet was only in the 9th layer of the Divine King realm. Of course, the people from the outer world were excluded. The Blood Dragon Hall had a 9th layer King God realm expert. They were already a top force on the dragon race's mother planet. It was actually such a powerful force that had set their eyes on the Black Dragon family. You talk too much. Lu Ming's expression did not change. He stepped on the void and closed in on the square-faced man. The tyrant god's spear shook and turned into a dazzling spear radiance as it pierced towards the square-faced man. Lu Ming had activated a trace of the primordial divine dragon blood. A layer of dragon scales appeared on his body, making him look even more like a native of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. After activating a trace of the primordial divine dragon blood, Lu Ming's strength was even stronger. The spear was almost unstoppable. The square-faced man roared and activated all of his strength. His divine power burned like flames as he held a giant hammer in his hand and struck it out. Boom! The heavens and earth shook violently as the giant hammer and the tyrant god's spear clashed together, creating huge waves that swept out in all directions. In the next moment, the giant hammer shook violently and shattered into pieces with a crack. The tyrant god's spear did not stop there. In a flash, it pierced through the square-faced man's forehead and stabbed him in the air. Plop. At this moment, He Chuan and He Ti's bodies went limp and they fell to the ground. They looked at Lu Ming with pale faces and despair. Bang! Lu Ming landed in front of He Ti and He Chuan. His eyes were cold and his killing intent was as cold as a blade. Ho Zhou, let us go. I beg you, second uncle, please. Once again, Black Titanium begged Quang Zhou for mercy, with tears and snot. But this time, Ho Zhou's expression was cold and unmoved. You also begged me for mercy before. Originally, I was already soft-hearted, but when the Blood Dragon Hall came, you immediately turned against me and wanted to borrow their strength to kill me. Huh, now you want me to spare you? Do you think I'm an idiot? Ho Zhou sneered. He was extremely disgusted with He Ti and He Chuan. Don't kill me. I was wrong, I was really wrong. He Ti screamed, filled with regret. If he had known that Lu Ming was so strong, he would not have joined the Blood Dragon Hall when they came. I remember you saying that you don't even know how to write the word regret? What? You know now. Lu Ming said indifferently. He Ti's old face turned red. At this time, Lu Ming's spear shook, and two spear lights shot out, piercing He Ti and He Chuan's dantian and crippling their star cores. The two of them screamed miserably, filled with despair. Ho Zhou, I'll leave them to you. Lu Ming looked at Ho Zhou. Ho Zhou silently nodded and stepped forward. His divine power condensed into a saber. No. He Ti and He Chuan screamed and begged for mercy, but this time, Ho Zhou was unmoved. The saber light swept out, and blood splattered everywhere. Two heads flew out. Plop. At this time, a few more people knelt down. They were the elders of the Elder Hall who had joined He Ti. Young Lord, we were also bewitched by He Ti. Please forgive us. Yes, young Lord, please forgive us. We will definitely be loyal to you in the future. Moreover, the Blood Dragon Hall will not let us go. The He Long family is in need of people. Several elders spoke in succession. They were all elders who had joined He Ti before. Moreover, after the Blood Dragon Hall had arrived, they had immediately joined them. Now, although they were begging for mercy, they were secretly threatening Peng Prefecture. The Blood Dragon Hall was about to arrive, and the He Long family needed them. Ho Zhou's face turned gloomy as he pondered. The He Long family had suffered heavy losses due to the internal strife. Lu Ming had crippled 4 elders, and He Ti was already dead. If he had to kill these elders, the He Long family's strength would be incomparably weak. Quality is more important than quantity. What's the use of keeping these people? When the Blood Dragon Hall arrives, they might immediately betray us. At that time, they won't be of help, but enemies. Lu Ming said indifferently. Chapter 3589. Lu Ming's words caused the expressions of the Black Dragon family's elders to change. Why you? The elders pointed at Lu Ming, cursing Lu Ming 10,000 times in their hearts. However, they didn't dare to say it out loud. What a joke. If they angered Lu Ming, they wouldn't have any chance. Lu Ming, you're right. The 3 of you pledged allegiance to the Blood Dragon Hall and can't be kept alive. As for the other 2, they didn't pledge allegiance to the Blood Dragon Hall earlier. Quan Zhou finally made his decision. Attack. As soon as Feng Zhou said that, the 3 elders roared furiously and charged towards Feng Zhou. They were very decisive. When Quan Zhou said that he wouldn't let them off, they directly attacked. They wanted to take Quan Zhou as a hostage and escape. However, their every move was completely under Lu Ming's control. As soon as they moved, Lu Ming moved as well. 3 beams of spear gleams shot out and nailed the 3 elders to the ground. Quan Zhou paled slightly. Lu Ming shook his head inwardly. Quan Zhou's character was still too indecisive. If he didn't change, he would suffer a great loss sooner or later. However, he didn't deliberately remind him. Quan Zhou had saved his life. He had helped Quan Zhou recover the dragon vein and quelled the rebellion. He had already returned the favor. How far Quan Zhou could go in the future would be up to him. After all, Lu Ming couldn't stay in the Black Dragon family's home planet forever. His main purpose here was to find Xianyinxing and Autumn Moon. At the same time, he could borrow the strength of the Black Dragon family's home planet to raise his cultivation base. He would have to leave sooner or later. Many thanks to the young master for not killing us. The other two elders who hadn't joined the Blood Dragon Hall let out a long sigh and cupped their fists toward Quan Zhou and Lu Ming. I'll spare your lives. I hope you won't disappoint me. Quan Zhou's gaze was cold. The two elders' hearts trembled. They bowed and said, "We are willing to swear on our life essence that we will be loyal to the young master in the future." Only then did Quan Zhou's expression improve. "Young master, what should we do with them?" An elder who had been on Feng Zhou's side asked. He was referring to the 4 elders whose dragon veins had been destroyed by Lu Ming. "Kill them all," Feng Zhou ordered with a cold face. Amidst the screams and pleas for mercy, an elder attacked and killed the 4 elders. In this battle, 7 out of the 12 elders of the Black Dragon clan had died. It could be said that the loss was disastrous. "Lu Ming, thank you." Feng Zhou walked over and solemnly cupped his hands to Lu Ming to express his gratitude. In fact, he was still extremely shocked. He had never expected that when he saved Lu Ming, he would actually save a great expert. "It's nothing. However, we have to be on guard against the Blood Dragon Hall. With so many of their people dead, they definitely won't let this matter rest. They'll definitely come for revenge," Lu Ming reminded. "If the Blood Dragon Hall comes, we'll just fight to the death." Kuo Zhou gritted his teeth. "There's no need to fight to the death. My cultivation hasn't fully recovered. If my cultivation recovers a little more, even a 9th layer Divine King won't be a problem." Lu Ming paused for a moment and said, "I heard that there are great opportunities and treasures in the Black Dragon Valley. If I can cultivate in the Black Dragon Valley, I might be able to recover quickly." He was indeed curious about the Black Dragon Valley. With the revival of the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the cultivation environment had become shockingly good. What kind of opportunities would there be in the ruins left behind by the Dragon Clan's powerful forces? It was indeed worth looking forward to. "All right, if Brother Lu wants to enter the Black Dragon Valley, we'll go in immediately." Out of Lu Ming's expectation, Feng Zhou nodded without any hesitation. Then, Feng Zhou called a group of people to clean up the scene. He then asked the Black Dragon clan to be on guard and inform him immediately if anything happened. After that, he led Lu Ming and the 3 elders to the back of the Black Dragon clan. Behind the Black Dragon clan, there was a continuous stretch of mountains. One after another, they were incomparably majestic, towering into the clouds. Soon, the 3 of them arrived in front of a valley. This is the Black Dragon Valley, but there are restrictions here that haven't dissipated yet. We need the Black Dragon token to open it. Moreover, there are dragon beasts inside, so be careful when you go in," Feng Zhou said. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Feng Zhou took out a jade talisman with a lifelike black divine dragon coiled around it. This was the Black Dragon token. After inputting the divine dragon, the Black Dragon token lit up and let out a dragon roar. Then, a black divine dragon flew out from the Black Dragon token. The black dragon flew out of the valley and circled around it. A light screen appeared at the entrance of the valley. At this time, the light screen opened up a gap. "The restriction is open, let's go," Feng Zhou said. His body moved and rushed into the valley. Lu Ming and the 3 elders also rushed into the valley. So big? As soon as they rushed into the valley, Lu Ming felt that the valley in front of him was rapidly expanding. Previously, the valley was about 1,000 meters wide. But now, the valley had become tens of thousands of miles wide, like a continent. There were all kinds of plants growing in the valley. They were huge and full of vitality. What dense divine qi! Lu Ming took a deep breath and felt that the air was filled with extremely dense divine qi. Outside, the divine qi was dense enough, but compared to the Black Dragon Valley, it was much weaker. Separated by a restriction, it was a completely different world. Lu Ming involuntarily circulated the universe myriad Tao scripture. Instantly, the divine qi from all directions rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming refined it and turned it into his divine power. Then, the divine power flowed into the star core in Lu Ming's dantian and repaired the cracks on it. Boom! In just a dozen breaths, a powerful aura spread out from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's cultivation base had recovered to the 4th layer of King God Realm. I thought that I would need 2 years to recover to my peak, but here, I don't need 2 years. Is this a ruin left behind by the Divine Dragon Tribe? I just came in, but it's already so amazing. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. Brother Lu, you. Feng Zhou and the 3 elders looked at Lu Ming in surprise. I just recovered some of my cultivation base. Come, let's go inside. Lu Ming said. Now, he was looking forward to it. He had learned from Feng Zhou that 100 years ago, before the Dragon Tribe's mother planet had recovered, the Black Dragon Tribe's people were not allowed to enter the Black Dragon Valley, even if they had the Black Dragon token. Until the Dragon Tribe's mother planet recovered 100 years ago, they could use the Black Dragon token to enter the Black Dragon Valley. As soon as they entered the Black Dragon Valley, they obtained many amazing divine herbs. With these divine herbs, the Black Dragon Valley's people's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Lu Ming speculated that before the Dragon Tribe's mother planet recovered and dried up, the Black Dragon Valley was not dried up. It was a cultivation holy land with extremely dense divine qi. It was just blocked by a restriction. So, after so many years, how many treasures and divine herbs had been produced in the Black Dragon Valley? Chapter 3590. The outside world was desolate, but inside the Black Dragon Valley, there was always a rich divine aura. After so many years, the opportunities here were definitely astonishing. The 3 of them walked deeper into the Black Dragon Valley. The Black Dragon Valley was huge. It didn't look like a valley at all. It was like a world. We've explored the area in front of the Black Dragon Valley. We've harvested the divine herbs. There's nothing left. If we want to get more divine herbs, we have to go deeper. Ho Zhou explained. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder they hadn't seen anything after walking for a while. Inside the Black Dragon Valley, there was a rich divine aura that had been nurtured all year round. Even the plants were filled with endless vitality and grew incomparably strong. A stalk of grass was often taller than a person. Rustle, 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 rustle. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the bushes. They were moving at a fast speed. Be careful. It's a dragon. Ho Zhou said. As soon as he said that, 9 huge creatures pounced on Lu Ming. A strong wind blew, and the smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. It was a huge snake, more than 10 meters long. It was covered in scales and had dragon horns on its head. However, there were no dragon claws on its abdomen. It didn't look like a flood dragon. A flood dragon looked like a divine dragon. Moreover, it had 4 dragon claws on its abdomen. This was obviously a huge snake with dragon horns on its head. Dragon. A dragon in the first heaven of the King God realm. However, this realm was nothing in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming's finger was like a spear. When he pointed it out, a beam of spear gleam burst forth and directly pierced through the head of the python. Rustle, 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 rustle. However, there were more sounds in the surroundings. Then, one by one, they pounced on Lu Ming and the group from all directions and charged toward them. However, these snakes were all in the first heaven of the King God realm. They weren't a threat. Ho Zhou and He Yu attacked. Divine light shot out and killed the snakes one by one. Soon, more than a dozen corpses of the snakes appeared on the ground. The scene quieted down. In the Black Dragon Valley, the weakest dragon is in the first heaven of the king god realm. The deeper we go, the stronger the dragon is. Ho Zhou explained. Lu Ming nodded. They continued their journey. Then, more and more dragons attacked them. When they entered this place, they would be sensed by the dragon beast. The dragon beast would attack them crazily for some reason. Soon, they had traveled over 100,000 kilometers. Roar! With a loud roar, the earth shook and a huge lion-like dragon beast appeared in front of them. This dragon beast was 10 meters tall and looked like a lion. However, its entire body was covered in scales. Dracolian beast. It was this Dracolian beast that injured me. Qi Zhou's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Lu Ming observed the draconic lion beast. It had the cultivation base of the fourth king god layer. It was very strong. Feng Zhou had only the third king god layer, so he wasn't a match for it. Young master, I'll kill him. An elder said loudly. There's no need. Leave it to me. You guys keep watch for me. Peng Zhou waved his hand and stopped the elder. Young master, but you, several elders were worried. Don't worry. Last time, I was accidentally injured by this Dracolian beast because I was trying to save Hechuan. Moreover, after recovering, my cultivation has improved again. Dealing with this Dracolian beast won't be a problem. Peng Zhou said confidently. He was a prodigy, and his combat strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Although the Dracolian beast was one level higher than him, he was not afraid. Last time, he was only distracted because he was saving Hechuan. That was why the Dracolian beast had destroyed his dragon vein. Now that he encountered it again, he wanted to take revenge himself. Lu Ming stood aside and said nothing. This Dracolian beast had become Peng Zhou's inner demon. If he could kill it, it would be very helpful to his cultivation. Roar! At this moment, the Dracolian beast roared and ran towards them. The ground rumbled as it stomped on the ground. It was terrifying. Beast, come! Peng Zhou's eyes were filled with killing intent as a dragon spear appeared in his hand. Many dragon men use spears as their weapon. Kill! Feng Zhou stomped on the ground and shot out toward the Dracolian beast, engaging it in close combat with the beast. The Dracolian beast was very strong. Ordinary cultivators in the fourth layer of the king god realm were no match for it. However, Peng Zhou's strength was also shocking. He could fight with a higher level. With his cultivation in the third layer of the king god realm, it was hard to tell who would win. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Peng Zhou and the Dracolian beast had exchanged hundreds of blows. At this point, both the Dracolian beast and Peng Zhou were injured and covered in blood. At this moment, the Dracolian beast was finally afraid. It roared and ran away. Where are you going? Die. Peng Zhou was also injured, but his fighting spirit was getting stronger. It was as if it was about to turn into stone. He shot towards the Dracolian beast like an arrow. Bastard, get the hell back. An elder appeared in front of the Dracolian beast. He waved his hand and forced the Dracolian beast to retreat. These elders were all in the fifth layer of the king god realm. It was easy for them to stop the Dracolian beast. The Dracolian beast was forced to retreat. Peng Zhou had arrived, so the Dracolian beast could only continue fighting. However, the Dracolian beast's morale was low. Peng Zhou was getting stronger and stronger. He was starting to gain the upper hand. Peng Zhou is going to win. Lu Ming nodded. The outcome of the battle was clear. As expected, the two sides exchanged hundreds of blows. In the end, Peng Zhou was stronger. He stabbed his spear into the Dracolian beast's head and killed it. Huff huff. Peng Zhou panted heavily, but his eyes were bright. The next moment, Peng Zhou sat down cross-legged. Then, from all directions, an extremely dense divine aura gathered towards him. He's about to break through. Lu Ming was surprised, but he quickly understood. Peng Zhou's cultivation had been at the peak of the third layer of the king god realm. He had broken through, and now that he had killed the dracolian beast and gotten rid of his heart demon, he had finally broken through. At the same time, Lu Ming sighed. This was also related to the environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Outside, even if he had the same opportunity, he might not be able to break through. The main reason was that the environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was too good. Endless divine aura gathered towards Peng Zhou from all directions, turning into Peng Zhou's divine power. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. In just a few hours, Peng Zhou's body emitted a powerful aura. His cultivation had entered the fourth layer of the king god realm. Moreover, the injuries he had received from the fight with the dracolian beast were all healed. He was in peak condition. Peng Zhou stood up, his eyes shining brightly. Peng Zhou, congratulations. Lu Ming walked over with a smile. Compared to brother Lu, I'm still far behind. Let's continue. If we continue, we'll reach a place we haven't explored yet. The strength of the dracolian beasts will also increase. Peng Zhou said. However, Lu Ming's strength was unfathomable. Peng Zhou and the others were not worried. They continued their journey. As expected, the dracolian beasts that appeared next were all at least in the fourth layer of the king god realm. Some of them even came in groups. Peng Zhou and the three elders felt a great pressure. Chapter 3591. Peng Zhou and the three elders felt pressured by the group of dragon beasts. However, with Lu Ming around, it was not a problem. When Lu Ming attacked, no matter if they were in the fourth or fifth layer of the king god realm, they were all killed instantly. There's a pressure between heaven and earth. It's amazing. Lu Ming frowned. He could feel a strong pressure pressing down on him between heaven and earth. The deeper they went into the Black Dragon Valley, the stronger the pressure. Soon, they had traveled a distance. What a strong medicinal fragrance. That's the golden scale fruit. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There was a half-meter tall tree in front of them. It was verdant and there were 3 golden fruits growing on it. Lu Ming recognized that it was the golden scale fruit. There were also golden scale fruits outside. However, the medicinal fragrance of the ordinary golden scale fruits could not be compared to the 3 golden scale fruits. The 3 golden scale fruits had a strong medicinal fragrance and strong vitality. It was dozens of times stronger than the ordinary golden scale fruits. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming could feel the rich vitality. This is the limit of our exploration. Peng Zhou said. The divine herbs and treasures that they had explored were all taken away. From here on, they had not explored any further. Naturally, there were many divine herbs. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards the golden scale fruits. Roar! With a roar, a huge golden dragon rushed out and pounced on Lu Ming. It was a 5th layer king god realm dragon beast. It was strong, but Lu Ming did not take it seriously. He waved his hand and a spear light shot out, killing the dragon beast. Then, Lu Ming picked a golden scale fruit. What a strong vitality. Refining this golden scale fruit will be of great help to my injuries. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He swallowed the golden scaled fruit and began to refine it. Lu Ming did not let the measure character art refine it. This kind of divine medicine was extremely pure, and there was no need for the measure character art to refine it. His refining speed was also very fast, and there was a benefit to refining it himself, which was that he could heal faster. As soon as the golden scaled fruit entered his mouth, it turned into surging life energy that surged into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. It then slowly gathered towards the 11 star cores, nourishing Lu Ming's star cores. Some small cracks on the star core were slowly healing. In fact, Lu Ming's large amount of divine power was still stored in the quantifying character formula. But this divine power was of no help to Lu Ming's recuperation. This divine strength was Lu Ming's divine strength at the Divine Lord Realm, boundless and formidable. If Lu Ming were to use this divine strength to heal himself, then before he could even heal himself, he would instead be struck by the impact of this boundless divine strength. The powerful divine power entering the star core would probably cause the cracks in the star core to widen. Therefore, Lu Ming did not use this divine power to heal himself. The life energy in the golden scaled fruit was extremely rich, and Lu Ming's refining speed was very fast. In less than an hour, the entire golden scaled fruit was completely refined, and Lu Ming's injuries were a little better. Then, Lu Ming picked the second golden scaled fruit and swallowed it, continuing to refine it. Seeing Lu Ming refining the golden scaled fruit, Feng Zhou and the three elders stood guard in all directions, protecting Lu Ming. In fact, there was no need for them to protect him. Although Lu Ming was refining the golden scaled fruit, he did not wholeheartedly refine it. He divided a part of his mind to pay attention to his surroundings. If a dragon beast attacked him, he could launch a thunderous attack in an instant. Another hour later, Lu Ming continued to refine the third fruit. Boom! When the third golden scaled fruit was refined, a rumbling sound came from Lu Ming's body, and a powerful aura spread out. Fifth layer God King Realm. After refining 3 golden scaled fruits, Lu Ming's injuries were healed, and his cultivation base was restored to the 5th layer God King Realm. This, Feng Zhou and the others were dumbfounded. Was it so easy to make a breakthrough in cultivation base? He had only refined 3 golden scaled fruits, and he had broken through. Although the energy contained in the divine herbs here was shocking, it was impossible for them to make a breakthrough so easily. If it was so easy, their cultivation bases would have already soared to the heavens. I'm just recovering from my injuries. My previous cultivation base was far above the 5th layer God King Realm. Seeing Feng Zhou and the others' expressions, Lu Ming explained. Because his cultivation base would continue to recover, he didn't want Feng Zhou and the others to be too shocked. Feng Zhou and the others nodded, and they continued onward. As expected, the Black Dragon family had not explored the next area, and the number of divine herbs increased. On the way, they constantly found divine herbs. Lu Ming took half of the divine herbs, while Feng Zhou and the others shared the other half. After all, the dragon beasts were already very strong, and Feng Zhou and the others could no longer resist them. They could only rely on Lu Ming to kill the dragon beasts, so Lu Ming took half of the divine herbs. Lu Ming didn't hold back. The divine herbs here were really amazing, and they were extremely useful for his recovery. Now wasn't the time to hold back. Moreover, these divine herbs would be very useful even if his cultivation base was restored to its peak. It could increase his cultivation base rapidly. Lu Ming took out a dragon-shaped ginseng as thick as an arm and swallowed it in one gulp. He refined it as he moved forward. Although the refining speed would slow down a lot, it wouldn't waste any time. Soon, they had traveled another 100,000 li. Lu Ming's storage ring was filled with more than 100 different divine herbs, each of them shockingly effective. Some of the divine herbs were unique to this place, and some of them could be found outside, but their efficacy was far inferior to the ones here. Every stalk of divine medicine was priceless when taken out. Brother Lu, it's difficult for us to continue. Feng Zhou sighed as they reached this place. The dragon beasts here were already very strong, and there were even dragon beasts above the 7th layer of the King God realm. Even with Lu Ming's protection, Feng Zhou and the others found it difficult to move forward. Brother Lu, if you want to continue exploring, we'll stay here and you can continue. What do you think? Feng Zhou asked. To be honest, Feng Zhou also wanted to know what was in the depths of the Black Dragon Valley, and what the situation was like. Alright, I'll send you to a safe area, and then I'll go in to take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Then, they retreated. Lu Ming sent Feng Zhou and the others to a safe place, and then he continued to move deeper into the Black Dragon Valley. Without Feng Zhou and the others, he could move much faster on his own. He didn't want to fight, so he took any divine herbs he saw. Just like that, after a period of time, Lu Ming's body exuded a powerful aura. As he moved forward, he refined the divine herbs. His injuries recovered a little, and his cultivation base was restored to the 6th layer of the King God realm. After recovering to the 6th layer of the King God realm, Lu Ming was even stronger. The dragon beasts here were no match for him. Even the 9th layer of the king god realm dragon god wasn't a match for Lu Ming. However, as they went deeper into the Black Dragon Valley, the pressure between heaven and earth became stronger, suppressing Lu Ming's performance. He was at the 6th layer of the king god realm, but now he was at the 5th layer of the king god realm. The further they went, the greater the pressure. Chapter 3592. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There was a stalk of divine herb in front of him. It wasn't a fruit and looked no different from a stalk of grass. However, this stalk of grass was emitting a shocking wave of energy. It was definitely a divine herb. What kind of grass is this? I've never seen it before. Lu Ming was surprised. Kid, this is the life origin grass, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. After refining it, it can help awaken the divine origin power factor. Gu Mo's voice came from his sea of consciousness. What? It can help awaken the divine origin power factor? Lu Ming was shocked. That's right. Furthermore, it's not just a first awakening or a second awakening. Even a 4th awakening, a 5th awakening, or even a 6th awakening would be of great help in assimilating the Genesis grass. Gu Mo explained. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. He was then ecstatic. It would be of great help to those who had awakened 4, 5, or even 6 times. That was simply heaven-defying. It was just a divine herb. Generally speaking, the divine origin power factor and the secret arts of the origin needed cultivators to continue comprehending and cultivating. It was difficult for external forces to help. However, the Eldritch universe was vast and boundless. There would always be some rare treasures. These treasures had the ability to steal the fortune of heaven and earth. They could directly help cultivators cultivate the divine origin power factor and the secret arts of the origin, saving a lot of time. For example, the divine force pearl and demonic origin fruit that Lu Ming had encountered before were such treasures. However, the divine force pearl and demonic origin fruit could only help those who had not awakened the secret arts of the origin. Another treasure, the flying demon liquid, could help those who had not awakened the divine origin power factor or those who had awakened it once. The further one went, the worse the effect would be. However, the life origin grass could help those who had awakened their divine origin power factor 4, 5, or 6 times. Such an effect was heaven-defying and priceless. If people knew about it, they would go crazy. Opportunity, this is an opportunity. No wonder all the powerful forces in the Eldritch universe would gather at the dragon race's mother planet. The top 100 races on the Eldritch universe 10,000 races list can't enter. Otherwise, the geniuses of those races would be here too. Lu Ming pondered, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. During this period of time, on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, it was a good time to harvest opportunities. He could not miss it. Lu Ming took out a jade box and walked over to pluck the Genesis grass and placed it inside. Now was not the time to refine it. He would refine it after he got out. After putting away the Genesis grass, Lu Ming began searching the area again. Roaring like thunder, several powerful dragon beasts appeared and pounced towards Lu Ming. There were 3 dragons in total. Their bodies were as huge as hills, and their auras were terrifying. They were all in the 9th king god layer. Roar! The 3 dragon beasts pounced towards Lu Ming. Come on! Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air, and the tyrant god's spear appeared in his hand. Then, he activated the power of the primordial divine blood, allowing his strength to reach an astonishing level. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and shot towards the 3 dragon beasts like a cannonball. He collided with one of the dragon beasts. Boom! With a loud explosion, the dragon beast was sent flying. It slid on the ground for a few thousand meters, and a bloody hole appeared on its body. However, it struggled for a while and stood up again. I failed to kill it instantly. Lu Ming shook his head. His cultivation was in the 6th king god layer, and he had used the primordial divine blood. Logically speaking, it was not difficult for him to kill a dragon beast in the 9th king god layer. However, the pressure here was too strong. Lu Ming was under great pressure, and the dragon beasts were fine. That was why he failed to kill the 3 dragon beasts. However, Lu Ming's strength was obviously at an advantage. Die. Lu Ming continued to stab with the tyrant god's spear. Spear light shot out, and each spear light was extremely sharp. It left bloody holes on the dragon beasts' bodies. In the end, after a dozen moves, the 3 dragons in the 9th king god layer were killed by Lu Ming. After killing the 3 dragon beasts, Lu Ming searched the nearby area and finally found 2 more tufts of source life grass. Together with the previous tuft, there were 3 tufts. Lu Ming continued to move forward. The dragon beasts that appeared in front of him were all in the 9th king god layer. Lu Ming avoided some of the dragon beasts, and killed the ones that he could not avoid. It was a pity that Lu Ming did not encounter any treasures like the Genesis grass. However, he found many other divine herbs. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped and looked in front of him in shock. The area in front of him rippled like water. It was as if a mirror had appeared in front of him, separating the area from the front and back. Separated by the mirror, he could clearly see the scenery behind the mirror. There was a lush forest, and even divine herbs grew there. Lu Ming did not rush forward rashly. He walked along one side and found that the mirror-like space had really separated the area. If he wanted to move forward, he would have to break through the mirror. Lu Ming took out a battle sword and controlled it to fly forward. The battle sword easily passed through the mirror and flew to the other side. It did not look strange at all. Seems like there is no problem. Let's go and have a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He released his divine power and set up several layers of defense around him in case something unexpected happened. Then, Lu Ming stepped forward and rushed toward the mirror. It was as if he had just passed through a layer of water. Lu Ming passed through the mirror and arrived on the other side. However, as soon as he appeared on the other side, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him. He was originally in the 6th layer of the Divine King realm, but it felt like he had been suppressed to the 4th layer of the Divine King realm. In the next moment, Lu Ming discovered something new. The divine qi here was extremely dense. It was several times denser than outside the mirror. Every time he breathed, dense divine qi rushed into Lu Ming's body. The space here, Lu Ming looked around and was shocked. Hell here was even wider. At a glance, it was boundless. When he had been on the other side of the mirror, Lu Ming had felt that the Black Dragon Valley was 10,000 li wide. But here, it was far more than that. It was at least 100,000 li wide. However, when he had been on the other side, he had not felt it at all. After passing through the mirror, it felt like his territory had expanded by 10 times. Kid, this is the spatial folding technique. Guillermo said. Spatial folding technique. To be able to use spatial folding technique in the ancient desolate universe, this cultivation level, Lu Ming widened his eyes, revealing a look of shock. Spatial folding technique could fold a large territory and turn it into a very small territory. It could be just the size of a palm, but it could contain millions of li of territory. It was extremely mysterious. However, to do this, one had to be extremely strong and have a deep understanding of space. Chapter 3593. In a minor dimension, Lu Ming had seen Bubble use spatial folding technology. But that was only a minor dimension. The space there was fragile and couldn't be compared to the great desolate universe. But even in a minor dimension, Bubble's cultivation base had reached an extremely high realm for it to be able to do it. But in the great desolate universe, space was extremely stable. To use spatial folding was shockingly difficult. Spatial folding wasn't as simple as tearing space. Tearing apart space, any random divine lord realm powerhouse could accomplish it. But space had a restorative property. If you tore space or exploded space, space would quickly recover. And if space was folded, space would quickly recover. But in Black Dragon Valley, space had clearly been folded for a long time, at least dozens of stellar years ago. How many years had it been since then? But the folded space was still preserved. That was terrifying. The existence that could use spatial folding was unimaginably strong. Then, Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder if the revival of the dragon race's mother planet had something to do with this spatial folding. Space had a restorative property. Even if a powerful existence folded space, it would slowly recover over time. Could it be that spatial folding was slowly recovering, causing the divine chi inside to overflow and spread to the dragon race's mother planet, causing it to revive and fill everything with vitality? It was very likely. Although the divine chi of Black Dragon Valley definitely wasn't enough. But the dragon race's mother planet was incomparably huge. Dozens of stellar years ago, how many ruins and cultivation holy lands had been left behind? If those ruins and cultivation holy lands overflowed with divine chi, it was very likely that the dragon race's mother planet would revive. Let's not worry about that for now. The divine chi here is even denser. I reckon it will give birth to even more amazing treasures. Let's look for them. Lu Ming shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. He then started to look around. There's a blood-red gem over there. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a large stone on the ground in front of him. There was a blood-red gem embedded in the stone. The gem was sparkling and looked extraordinary. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and directly charged over. Once he was near the blood-red crystal, Lu Ming immediately felt a gush of dragon power emanating from the blood-red crystal. Is this a dragon blood stone? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. Legend had it that the blood of a powerful dragon could form a dragon blood stone. Of course, as time passed, the essence of the dragon blood stone would slowly dissipate, and it would become an ordinary stone. However, this dragon blood stone seemed to be filled with essence chi. This was definitely no small matter. One had to know that no one had entered the Black Dragon Valley for at least dozens of stellar years. Even after such a long time, the dragon blood stone was still full of essence energy. The divine dragon that had spilled its dragon blood back then was unimaginably powerful. Dig it out. Lu Ming's heart was burning. The value of a dragon blood stone formed from the blood of an incomparably powerful divine dragon was absolutely astonishing. Regardless of whether it was used to refine divine pills or divine weapons, it was a supreme treasure. In particular, Lu Ming had cultivated the primordial divine dragon body. He could even directly absorb and refine the energy within the dragon blood stone. Lu Ming immediately took out a divine artifact battle sword and began to dig. Clang! The divine artifact battle sword slashed at the rocks around the dragon blood stone. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. This rock was incomparably tough. Lu Ming only managed to cut off a small piece. The objects on the dragon race's mother planet were already extraordinary. The rocks were incomparably tough. However, the rocks around the dragon blood stone were even tougher. Chop, chop, I'll chop, chop, chop. Lu Ming unleashed the battle symbol formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times. He circulated all the divine power in his body. The battle sword buzzed as it continuously slashed at the rocks. Sparks flew in all directions. Small pieces of the rocks were cut off. Slowly, a fist-sized, blood-red, crystal-clear dragon blood stone appeared in front of Lu Ming. Roar! Just then, a roar came from the forest. The roar was like thunder, causing space to explode. Many trees were destroyed, and a massive dragon beast appeared in the forest. A dragon lion beast. Lu Ming's eyes widened. It was different from the dragon lion beasts he had encountered before. This one was at least 10 times larger than the ones he had encountered before. Furthermore, its aura was incomparably shocking. It was a first-layer divine lord. Could it be that the dragon beasts behind the mirror are all divine lords? Not good. Lu Ming's heart jumped. In this place, Lu Ming was greatly suppressed. His cultivation level of a 6th-tier king god realm was suppressed to a 4th-tier king god realm. Furthermore, Lu Ming couldn't use his full strength. He had 11 origin secret arts that had severed their shackles. However, he couldn't use them all at once. That was because using so many Origin secret arts consumed a lot of divine power. However, Lu Ming's star core was currently covered in cracks. He couldn't use the number character art's divine power. So when Lu Ming had fought before, he had only used the Tyrant God Spear. He hadn't used any other Origin secret arts. As a result, with his 4th layer Divine King cultivation base, Lu Ming definitely wasn't a match for a 1st layer Divine Lord Dragon Beast. Quick, quick! Lu Ming increased his speed. His sword turned into a blur as he continuously slashed at the rock. In the end, with a clang, the battle's sword broke into 2 pieces. However, at this time, the Dragon Blood Stone was completely dug out. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the Dragon Blood Stone. At this moment, the Dragon Lion Beast had also reached Lu Ming. With a loud roar, circles of sound waves were emitted from its mouth, sweeping toward Lu Ming. At the same time, one of the Dragon Lion Beast's claws swiped at Lu Ming. Its sharp claws were like heavenly blades cutting through the air, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Chen condensed an Origin secret art, the Heavenly Profound Shield, in front of him. Clang! Boom! The Dragon Lion Beast's attack landed on the Heavenly Profound Shield. The Heavenly Profound Shield shook violently and was sent flying back, crashing into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing into a large rock. Lu Ming felt as if his bones were about to break. He vomited a mouthful of blood. No, I've been suppressed too miserably. The difference in cultivation base is too great. I can't fight it head-on. Run! Lu Ming got up and crazily rushed back. The Dragon Lion Beast chased after him. In an instant, Lu Ming arrived at the bottom of the mirror and charged out without the slightest hesitation. What made Lu Ming heave a sigh of relief was that when the Dragon Lion Beast chased after him to the side of the mirror, it stopped and did not pursue him. Instead, it roared at Lu Ming through the mirror. Its eyes, which were as big as wash basins, emitted a cold murderous intent. Roar! Roar! Following that, another loud roar came from that forest. It was another several Divine Lord Realm existences. That was close. Lu Ming let out a long breath. It seemed that the area behind the mirror was still not a place he could enter. If he wasn't strong enough, it would be extremely dangerous. Chapter 3594. The Black Dragon Valley was even bigger than Lu Ming had imagined. Someone had used a spatial folding technique to fold it into a small valley. Lu Ming had no idea how far he had explored. Evidently, this region was very extraordinary. Oh, right, Autumn Moon was transported from the Lost Star River to the dragon race's home planet. The Lost Star River is the territory of the 6-clawed Black Dragon. This place is called the Black Dragon Valley. Will Autumn Moon be transported here? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart began to burn. But then, his heart sank again. If Autumn Moon was really transported here, then there definitely wasn't anything outside. He had already explored this place. Then it would be very dangerous inside. Heaven helps the worthy. I hope Autumn Moon is fine. I'll go ask Feng Zhou and the others if this place has anything to do with the 6-clawed Black Dragon. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. He then left the place in a flash. Not long later, Lu Ming came to a remote place and took out the Dragon Blood Stone. He was impatient to test out the Dragon Blood Stone's effect. He held the Dragon Blood Stone in his hand and sized it up carefully. After confirming that there was no problem, he inhaled and sucked the Dragon Blood Stone into his mouth. Roar! As soon as the Dragon Blood Stone entered his mouth, a dragon's roar came out. Tiny blood-colored divine dragons charged toward Lu Ming's body. What powerful energy! An ordinary person would find it hard to refine. But it's me. Primordial divine blood, refine it for me. Lu Ming controlled the primordial divine dragon blood in his heart. The primordial divine dragon blood immediately transformed into a huge divine dragon with 9 claws. It emitted an ancient aura and roared at the sky. An incomparably powerful energy erupted from its mouth. The little dragons formed from the dragon bloodstone's energy all flew toward the primordial divine dragon formed from the primordial divine blood. Lu Ming could clearly sense that the energy within the dragon bloodstone was constantly being refined. The impurities, impure things, impure wills, and other things were all being refined into pure energy. This refinement took 3 days. 3 days later, the energy of the dragon bloodstone had been completely refined. This was because he had the primordial god blood. Otherwise, not to mention 3 days, even 300 years might not be enough to refine a single dragon bloodstone. After refining the dragon bloodstone, 2 drops of blood appeared in Lu Ming's heart. Primordial divine blood. Lu Ming was ecstatic. This was the primordial divine dragon blood. 1 drop was the original one, while the other drop was a new one. Lu Ming did not expect that after refining a piece of dragon bloodstone, he would actually refine out a drop of primeval divine dragon blood. After cultivating the primordial divine body to this stage, the path of cultivation was relatively simple. He just had to continuously condense primordial divine blood. At first, it was 1 drop, then 2 drops, then 3 drops. In the end, all the blood in his body would turn into primordial divine blood. Then, he would be done. However, it was extremely difficult to condense the primordial divine blood. Ever since Lu Ming had condensed the first drop, he had not made any progress in condensing the second drop. Now, after refining a piece of dragon bloodstone, he had condensed the second drop. However, the second drop of primordial divine blood was very small. It was only 1/5 the size of the first drop. It was not full yet. He would need to continue cultivating to reach the same size as the first drop. However, this was already a significant improvement. After the second drop of primordial divine blood appeared, Lu Ming's power would definitely be stronger than the first drop. The divine dragon that spilled the dragon blood is indeed not to be underestimated. Lu Ming exclaimed. The dragon blood had turned into a dragon bloodstone. After so many years, its essence had not dissipated. On top of that, it was able to condense the primordial divine blood. That divine dragon was definitely terrifying. Moreover, my injuries have healed a little. My cultivation base has recovered to the 7th layer of the King God realm. Lu Ming smiled. During the process of refining the dragon bloodstone, a small amount of energy had leaked out. Lu Ming had absorbed the energy and healed Lu Ming's injuries. Lu Ming's cultivation base had also recovered to the 7th layer of the King God realm. It's been a few days. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards Feng Zhou and the others. Soon, Lu Ming saw Feng Zhou and the 3 elders. However, the 4 of them looked anxious. The 4 of them were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. Feng Zhou, what's going on? Lu Ming asked directly. He could naturally tell that Feng Zhou and the others were anxious. Brother Lu, not long ago, I received news that the people of Blood Dragon Hall are here again. Feng Zhou quickly said. They're here again. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Before they had entered, Feng Zhou had warned the Black Dragon family that if the people of Blood Dragon Hall were to come again, they should immediately surrender and wait for them to leave. However, the situation outside was unclear. Feng Zhou and the others were naturally worried. However, with their strength, it would be useless even if they left. Hence, they had been waiting for Lu Ming. Now, they could only rely on Lu Ming. Brother Lu, if the Blood Dragon Hall really has a 9th layer King God Realm expert, can you deal with him? If you can't, find a chance to leave. Feng Zhou said. A 9th layer King God Realm expert is fine. Lu Ming smiled. Now that his cultivation base had recovered to the 7th layer of the King God Realm, although he still couldn't use the various origin secret techniques to his heart's content, the other party was a 9th layer King God Realm expert. Moreover, without any external suppression, he could even kill a 1st layer King God Realm expert. What was there to fear from the Blood Dragon Hall? Feng Zhou and the others were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming's confidence. Now, they could only rely on Lu Ming. Otherwise, the Black Dragon family and the Black Dragon Valley would be taken over by others. Without further ado, they immediately rushed out of the Black Dragon Valley. At this moment, the Black Dragon family was surrounded. There were at least a few hundred experts in blood-red armor surrounding the Black Dragon family. The members of the Black Dragon family gathered in an open space. Lords of the Blood Dragon Hall, the Black Dragon family is willing to surrender. An elder from the Black Dragon family said. This was what Feng Zhou had told them before. If they couldn't win, they would surrender immediately to stabilize the situation. Since you're surrendering, hand over the Black Dragon token. Also, many experts of the Blood Dragon Hall died last time. Who killed them? Hand them over. An elder from the Blood Dragon Hall said. His eyes were blood-red and blood-red scales appeared on his skin. He looked ferocious and terrifying. This person was the Hall Master of the Blood Dragon Hall, a 9th-layer King God Realm expert. The Black Dragon token is in the hands of our young master. The ones who killed the experts of the Blood Dragon Hall are not from the Black Dragon family. They're currently in the Black Dragon Valley. We've already spread the news. I believe they'll be out soon. The elder from the Black Dragon family said. He didn't hide anything. The most important thing now was to stabilize the situation. I hope you're not lying. I'll give you 1 day. If the person I want isn't here by then, the Black Dragon family can wait to be annihilated. The Hall Master of the Blood Dragon Hall said coldly. Chapter 3595. Time quickly passed, but Peng Zhou, Lu Ming, and the others still hadn't appeared. The atmosphere grew heavier and heavier. It seems that you're lying to me. You're courting death. The Blood Dragon Hall Master's expression was gloomy. His hand was like a dragon claw as he grabbed at the air and caught a disciple of the Black Dragon family. No. Wait. Wait. Shouted the elder of the Black Dragon family. Bang. The Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master clenched his fist and the Black Dragon clan's disciple exploded into a bloody mist. Damn it. Many people from the Black Dragon family roared in their hearts, but they didn't dare to show it. My patience is limited. From now on, I'll kill one person from the Black Dragon family every 10 minutes until the person I'm waiting for appears. Said the Blood Dragon Hall Master coldly. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and the people from the Black Dragon family all revealed terrified expressions. Another 10 minutes have passed. Hee hee, which one should I kill? Sneered the Blood Dragon Hall Master. The blood-red light in his eyes became even denser, filled with icy killing intent. His gaze swept over everyone. Their expressions changed, and they broke out in cold sweat. They were incomparably terrified. It's you. In the end, the Blood Dragon Hall Master's gaze landed on a young woman. That woman's face instantly paled, without a trace of blood. The Blood Dragon Hall Master was just about to grab that woman from afar. If you want to die miserably, you can give it a try. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the depths of the Black Dragon family. Oh. The Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master and the others turned their gazes to the rear of the Black Dragon family. Over there, 5 people were flying over at an extremely fast speed. These 5 people were Lu Ming, Peng Zhou, and the others. The one who had spoken was also Lu Ming. Young Master and the others are here. The people from the Black Dragon family rejoiced. They knew that the youth with Peng Zhou was very strong. Perhaps they could be saved. Very soon, Lu Ming and the group arrived in front of them. Whoosh. 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 At least 20 experts from the Blood Dragon Hall surrounded Lu Ming's group, blocking their path of retreat. 1 9th-layer God King and 6 8th-layer God Kings. Lu Ming sent out his spiritual awareness. With a sweep, he knew the strength of Blood Dragon Hall. This level of strength might be considered very strong on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, but it was nothing in his eyes. Lu Ming and the others arrived before the Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master and the others. Who killed the people of my Blood Dragon Hall a few days ago? The Blood Dragon Hall Master's gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others before finally landing on Lu Ming. This was because he could sense that Lu Ming's cultivation level was at the 7th tier King God realm. The person he had sent was also in the 7th King God realm. Only Lu Ming could kill a 7th King God realm cultivator. Me. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Very well. Brat, since you dared to kill the people of my Blood Dragon Hall, there's no need for your Black Dragon family to exist anymore. Hand over the Black Dragon token and I'll leave your corpses intact. The Blood Dragon Hall Master said coldly. Hee hee. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Brat, what are you laughing at? The Blood Dragon Hall Master stared at Lu Ming. Nothing. I'm just curious to see how you're going to destroy the Black Dragon family. Lu Ming said indifferently. Oh. Brat, looks like you're very confident. Do you think that you can fight against us with your cultivation of the 7th King God realm? The Blood Dragon Hall Master sneered as his cultivation of the 9th King God realm erupted. Boom! Blood chi soared into the sky, causing the void to tremble. The aura of the 9th King God realm swept out like endless waves. In Pang Prefecture, the 3 elders' bodies shook violently as they retreated several hundred meters before they could stabilize themselves. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. How terrifying! A 9th King God realm cultivator was too terrifying. It was like a bottomless abyss, unfathomable and impossible to fight against. Facing such an existence, they couldn't even muster the slightest thought of fighting back as they realized that they would be crushed with a single slap from the other party. They couldn't help but feel worried. In the face of such an existence, would Lu Ming be a match for it? Not only them, but the hearts of the Black Dragon family members also sank. Some of them were even trembling. However, Lu Ming stood there like a boulder, unmoving. You talk too much nonsense. Attack. Lu Ming said coldly. Brat, you're courting death. The Blood Dragon Hall Master snorted as a chilling killing intent erupted from his body. At the same time, he moved. He took a step forward and clawed at Lu Ming as if he was a divine dragon hunting for its prey. Strong winds howled as energy surged, enveloping Lu Ming. Boom! There was an explosion in Lu Ming's body. There was a roar and divine power. Then, Lu Ming threw a punch. The punch was aimed directly at the Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master. Brat, you dare to take my attack head-on? Break! The Blood Dragon Hall Master sneered inwardly as if he could already see the scene of Lu Ming's fist being crushed by him. In the next moment, the 2 attacks collided. At this moment, the Blood Dragon Hall Master's expression changed from ferocious to shocked. Boom! With a violent explosion, the Blood Dragon Hall Master's body shook violently as he retreated a few thousand meters. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. CSI gasps could be heard at the scene. The Blood Dragon Hall Master, a 9th layer Divine King, was actually pushed back by Lu Ming with a single punch. How could Lu Ming's ability be so terrifying? Great! Pang Zhou and the Black Dragon family members were overjoyed. When they saw Lu Ming push back the Blood Dragon Hall Master with a single punch, they were all overjoyed. This time, they were saved. Lu Ming glanced at the void as if nothing had happened. He then looked at the Blood Dragon Hall Master and said, Is that all you're capable of? What a joke. Naturally, Lu Ming had not used his full strength earlier. Otherwise, the Blood Dragon Hall Master would have exploded into a bloody mist. Lu Ming had deliberately concealed his strength. Damn it. The Blood Dragon Hall Master roared in his heart as his expression became even more ferocious. He was a 9th layer Divine King, but he had been pushed back by a 7th layer Divine King. This was a great humiliation that he could not tolerate. Attack! Attack together and destroy this brat. The Blood Dragon Hall Master roared. Kill! Kill! The experts of the Blood Dragon Hall roared. 6 8th layer Divine Kings and a dozen 7th layer Divine Kings unleashed their full strength as they surrounded Lu Ming. The Blood Dragon Hall Master also roared and unleashed his full strength as he charged at Lu Ming. Over 20 experts charged at Lu Ming together. Their aura was shocking. An ordinary person would be frightened to death. However, Lu Ming had seen a lot. This was just a small fight. Whoosh! Lu Ming moved. He avoided the Blood Dragon Hall Master and did not fight him head-on. Instead, he charged toward the others. Bang! Lu Ming threw a punch and defeated a Blood Dragon Hall expert who was at the 7th tier King God realm. His fist force surged. The Blood Dragon Hall expert screamed miserably and exploded. Chapter 3596. After killing a powerful expert in the 7th tier King God realm, Lu Ming turned around. His legs were like steel whips as he charged toward another expert in the 7th tier King God realm. His body exploded immediately. Kill, kill! Lu Ming hollered. He was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep, drenched in blood. Every strike of his could kill a powerful figure from the Blood Dragon Hall. It didn't matter if they were at the 8th or 7th level God King. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen Blood Dragon Hall experts had been killed by Lu Ming. Damn it! How can this person be so monstrous? Retreat, retreat, retreat! The remaining people were all panicking, trembling with fear. How could they still dare to fight? They continuously retreated. Don't retreat. Kill him with me. He only has the strength of a 9th level God King at most. Roared the Blood Dragon Hall Master. However, the remaining people didn't dare to fight. If they did, they would all die. They retreated far away from the battlefield. As for the Blood Dragon Hall experts with lower cultivations, they also retreated, not daring to get close to Lu Ming. Your people have retreated. Now you're the only one left. I'll send you on your way, said Lu Ming coldly. Do you think you can kill me? Your divine power is only a bit stronger than mine, roared the Blood Dragon Hall Master. His body was covered in blood-red divine power. Is that so? Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. He stepped into the air and charged at the Blood Dragon Hall Master. However, the Blood Dragon Hall Master didn't fight. Instead, he frantically retreated. You want to leave? Stay. Lu Ming's voice rang out. He suddenly sped up and caught up to the Blood Dragon Hall Master in an instant. He punched out. The Blood Dragon Hall Master roared furiously. He took out a blood-red battle sword and slashed out. However, when the blood-red sword and Lu Ming's fist collided, the Blood Dragon Hall Master's body trembled violently and he retreated. You were hiding your strength just now? Roared the Blood Dragon Hall Master. He was incomparably shocked. He felt that Lu Ming was even stronger than before. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up in a cold smile. He had only increased his strength by a little. He hadn't even used his full strength. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly as he continued to charge at the Blood Dragon Hall Master. The Blood Dragon Hall Master roared. Since he couldn't escape, he could only fight with everything he had. However, he was no match for Lu Ming. After just a few moves, he coughed up blood and was forced to retreat. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's voice was icy cold. His chilling killing intent caused the Blood Dragon Hall Master to shiver. Save me, save me. The Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master suddenly roared at an empty space. The hearts of the people from the Black Dragon clan trembled. The leader of the Blood Dragon Hall had asked for help. Could it be that there were other experts? It's useless to ask anyone for help. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His fist energy was like a rainbow as it shot towards the Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from an empty space. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out. In the face of this aura, the people from the Black Dragon clan felt as if they were facing an invincible and terrifying existence. Some of the weaker ones directly fell to the ground, their eyes filled with shock and fear. This aura was too terrifying. Even Pang Zhou and the three elders widened their eyes in shock. However, Lu Ming didn't seem to sense this aura. His fist energy continued to attack. This punch directly shattered the Blood Dragon Hall Master's defenses. Before the Blood Dragon Hall Master could rejoice, he screamed miserably as his head exploded. The Blood Dragon Hall Master was dead. At this moment, a figure appeared in the empty space. It was a young man. This man had green skin. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. "Brat, I told you to stop earlier. Didn't you hear me?" The young man said coldly as he looked at Lu Ming. "I heard you. Sorry, I didn't stop earlier." Lu Ming opened his palm and said casually. At the same time, he glanced at the young man. Before he made his move, Lu Ming had already noticed this young man. However, he didn't say anything. Just now, he didn't use his full strength because he wanted to test the young man. What was he trying to do by hiding in the dark? What was his motive? That was why he didn't use his full strength and kept it as a trump card. Otherwise, if Lu Ming used his full strength, the dozens of experts from the Blood Dragon Hall wouldn't be enough to kill Lu Ming in one move. Now, it seemed like the Blood Dragon Hall was relying on this young man. "You didn't stop. Huh, you're digging your own grave." The young man's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at Lu Ming with an extremely cold murderous intent. "You're an outsider, right?" Lu Ming suddenly said. "What?" Everyone at the scene was extremely shocked. An outsider. Now, everyone on the Dragon Clan's mother planet knew that many outsiders had invaded. In ancient legends, the outsiders were all demons who specialized in killing them. Legend had it that in ancient times, the Dragon Clan's mother planet was extremely prosperous. Later on, it was invaded by outsiders. The experts and countless divine dragons on the Dragon Clan's mother planet were all killed. Now that outsiders had invaded, the Dragon Human clan on the Dragon Clan's mother planet was very sensitive. This young man wasn't from the Dragon Human clan at all. Therefore, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that he was from the outside like him. "You're quite knowledgeable." "Not bad, I'm an outsider. You natives should submit to me and listen to my orders obediently. Then, you can still live. As for you, you'll definitely die." The green-skinned young man looked at Feng Zhou and the others. Finally, he looked at Lu Ming with an even stronger murderous intent. "I could have spared your life if you had turned around and left directly. But now, I have no choice but to keep you alive." Lu Ming said lightly. His main purpose in entering the Dragon Clan's mother planet was to find Xianyangqing and Autumn Moon. Then, he could obtain some opportunities and cultivate. He would try his best not to offend the experts and forces of the primitive universe. However, if the other party wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't be polite. "What? You want to kill me? Ha ha ha, you're just a piece of trash in the 7th layer of the Divine King realm?" The green-skinned young man laughed. Previously, he had been hiding in the dark and observing. He could clearly see Lu Ming's ability. He had to admit that Lu Ming was able to kill a 9th layer of the Divine King realm with his 7th layer of the Divine King realm cultivation base. He was a peerless genius among the natives. However, compared to him, Lu Ming was too weak. He was a divine lord and a peerless genius. With Lu Ming's strength, it would be easy for him to kill Lu Ming. "Do you know what my cultivation base is?" "I'm a divine lord, someone you should look up to." The green-skinned young man continued. His aura became even more terrifying. It was like a mountain that pressed down on everyone's heart. Divine Lord. He's a divine lord, a legendary peerless expert in the divine lord realm. The people of the Black Dragon clan were shocked. They looked at the green-skinned young man in horror. Their hearts were in turmoil. Before the Dragon clan's mother planet was revived, the Divine Lord realm was a legendary existence. It was only in ancient legends that someone had reached it. At that time, the strongest person on the Dragon clan's mother planet was only a 9th layer heavenly god. Even the Divine King realm was a luxury. Chapter 3597. Even now, 100 years after the Dragon Clan's mother planet awakened, it was said that the strongest person was only a peak divine king. But this youth in front of them was a divine lord. In their eyes, this was an invincible existence, a terrifying figure that could not be resisted. However, Lu Ming's expression was still very calm. First level divine lord huh? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He could already tell that the green-skinned youth's cultivation was first level divine lord. Logically speaking, it should not be. Because those who entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet this time were basically all third-level divine lord heaven's prides. For example, Sacred Fire Saber sect, apart from Lu Ming, those who came were all third-level divine lords. Those below third-level divine lord were practically the same as Lu Ming, monstrous geniuses with heaven-defying combat strength. And this youth in front of them only had first-level divine lord cultivation. Either he was the same as Lu Ming, with heaven-defying combat strength, or he was also injured when entering the Dragon Clan's mother planet, and his injuries had not fully recovered now. Lu Ming leaned towards the second point. It seemed that wanting to enter with the 18 weak points was not that easy. Those who entered all paid some price. Like him, they were injured and had not recovered to their peak. Lu Ming had long sensed the other party's cultivation. If the other party was a third-level divine lord existence, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was definitely not a match. Needless to say, he would definitely turn around and leave. But first-level divine lord? He had no fear. I don't care if you're a divine lord or a divine king. Scram now and you can live. Otherwise, the outcome of the Blood Dragon Hall Master will be your outcome. Lu Ming said coolly. It's over. Hearing Lu Ming say so, the Black Dragon family's people's faces turned pale. They no longer had a chance. This divine lord would probably annihilate them. In their eyes, although Lu Ming was strong, he was definitely not a match for a divine lord. Sure enough, the green-skinned youth's face was incomparably cold, revealing ice-cold killing intent. Staring at Lu Ming, he said, "Ignorant native, I won't kill you. I'll cripple you and make you wish you were dead." Boom! As his voice faded, the green-skinned youth attacked. Green light filled his palm, forming a green sword light that pierced towards Lu Ming's dantian. He wanted to destroy Lu Ming's star core in one move and turn Lu Ming into a cripple. The speed of the green sword light was astonishing, and it emitted a corrosive aura. Poison. Lu Ming frowned, and then he activated the battle character art to increase his battle prowess by 5 times. At the same time, he activated the 1/5 drop of primordial god blood. Immediately, a layer of dragon scales appeared on his body. His fist was also covered by a layer of dragon scales. Of course, this was done intentionally by Lu Ming. He could also hide the dragon scales under his skin and not reveal them. Boom! Lu Ming punched out at the green sword light. You overestimate yourself. The green-skinned youth sneered, but before he could say anything, his expression changed. Because when Lu Ming's fist collided with the green sword light, there was a loud explosion. Then, the sword light dissipated and disappeared. This is the strength of a divine monarch. It's nothing much. Lu Ming said disdainfully. You were hiding your strength just now? The green-skinned youth shouted coldly, but he was extremely shocked. Although it was just a casual move, it was enough to kill a 9th-layer divine king. The difference between a divine monarch and a divine king was too big. However, Lu Ming had broken his attack with brute force. It was unbelievable that a man in the 7th heaven of the king god realm possessed such strength. Even in the outside world, there were not many people like him. It seemed like the natives of the dragon race's mother planet had some geniuses as well. Boom! Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense, and he charged towards the green-skinned youth. Brat, I was just casually attacking you. Even if you were hiding your strength, you will still die. The green-skinned youth shouted coldly. He released all of his strength. His powerful divine force was filled with an ancient aura. Origin Divine Force Factor, 4th Awakening. Lu Ming's guess was right. He was originally a third-layer divine monarch. However, when he entered the dragon race's mother planet, he was attacked by the 10,000 dragon seals. Although he was lucky enough to enter the mother planet, he was severely injured. Although he recovered quickly, he was only at the first-layer divine monarch realm. However, although he was only at the first-layer divine monarch realm, his origin divine force factor and various secret techniques were still able to release terrifying power. Killing Lu Ming was just a piece of cake for him. Swoosh. 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 Green divine force turned into green sword waves, and like a storm, they attacked Lu Ming. The sky was densely packed with green sword waves. Primordial divine blood. Lu Ming's heart moved, and the complete drop of primordial divine blood was activated, causing Lu Ming's strength to surge. Boom. 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 Lu Ming's attack was extremely simple. His fists danced, and the starry sky trembled. Berserk energy destroyed the green sword waves. Following that, Lu Ming rapidly approached the green-skinned youth. A terrifying fist energy crushed toward him. Your divine force. The green-skinned youth was horrified. Lu Ming's power was too terrifying. With just a 7th-layer divine king cultivation base, he was able to destroy his divine force. His divine force was at the divine monarch realm, and he had already awakened his origin divine force factor 4 times. This level of divine force was actually unable to block Lu Ming's attack. It had to be known that he wasn't an ordinary divine monarch, but a heavenly genius. Myriad peak kill. The green-skinned youth roared, his entire body glowing. Then, many poisonous bees the size of a fist appeared, flying toward Lu Ming in a dense swarm. The space around Lu Ming was completely blocked. This was the green-skinned youth's origin divine art. Every single one of these wasps was filled with venom and was extremely powerful. Retreat, retreat. The Black Dragon family's people were all startled. They retreated far away, not daring to stay in the vicinity. Countless wasps flew toward Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming punched out. His fist energy swept through the void. One by one, the poisonous bees exploded and turned into green mist. However, after the poisonous wasp turned into a green fog, it rolled and turned back into a poisonous wasp, charging towards Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, you can't destroy my wasps. Die! Roared the green-skinned youth. My cultivation base is still too low. Lu Ming sighed inside. After all, his cultivation base had only recovered to the 7th-layer Divine King realm, while his opponent was at the 1st-layer Divine Lord realm. The difference was too great. The main thing was that his opponent was also a peak heavenly genius. If he was an ordinary 1st-layer Divine Lord, Lu Ming would have already killed him. His cultivation base was too low, and his divine force wasn't strong enough. That was why he couldn't break his opponent's origin divine art. But if his opponent had an origin divine art, did Lu Ming not have one? With a thought, the wind-extinguishing boots appeared. Right now, Lu Ming didn't dare use too many origin divine arts. He could only use 1 or 2 of them. But against the green-skinned youth, the wind-extinguishing boots were the most suitable. The wind-extinguishing boots merged with his feet. Lu Ming's figure flickered, and he charged forward. His body was like a phantom as he dodged the wasps. Chapter 3598. After fusing with the wind-extinguishing boots, Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a gust of wind. His speed increased exponentially and his movements were unpredictable. Afterimages appeared one after another. Lu Ming had already dodged the attacks of the poisonous bees. He quickly closed in on the green-skinned youth and his legs swept out like a steel whip. The air exploded and the energy swept over the youth like a tide. The wind-extinguishing boots could not only increase one's speed, but it also had terrifying destructive power. In addition to Lu Ming's primordial divine blood, this attack was terrifying. The green-skinned youth's expression changed and he shouted. His body emitted a green light and a giant poisonous bee condensed in front of him. It was 100 times bigger than the other poisonous bees. The poisonous stinger on its beak emitted a cold light. It was obviously poisonous. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. He did not stop attacking and directly attacked. There was a loud roar. The air shook and energy swirled. Although the huge poisonous wasp's poisonous stinger pierced Lu Ming's feet, it did not break through Lu Ming's defense. Lu Ming's feet were not only covered with the wind-extinguishing boots but also dragon scales. On the other hand, the poisonous bee exploded. The green-skinned youth's body shook violently and he retreated. Die! Lu Ming shouted and his aura surged. He took a step forward and appeared above the green-skinned youth's head. Then, he sent another kick down. Boom! The two of them collided again. The green-skinned youth was no match for Lu Ming. His body was like a meteor as he fell to the ground. However, his body emitted a green light that stopped him when he was close to the ground. Damn it! How can this aboriginal be so strong? The green-skinned youth was frightened. He did not dare to continue fighting and rushed to the side. Lu Ming's strength was beyond his imagination. It was unbelievable that a 7th-layer Divine King Realm cultivator could be so strong. Especially Lu Ming's body. It was like a primordial divine beast. His strength was boundless and he was invincible. Kid, I have not recovered from my injuries. I will spare your life. When I recover, it will be your death. The green-skinned youth roared and rushed forward. He had only recovered to the 1st-layer Divine King Realm. When he recovered to the 3rd-layer Divine King Realm, he could kill Lu Ming with a slap. Did I allow you to leave? Lu Ming said coldly. He took a few steps and caught up with the green-skinned youth. You want to kill me? Although you are stronger than me, you can't kill me. The green-skinned youth shouted. Indeed, Lu Ming's ability was above his and he could suppress him. However, suppressing and killing were two completely different things. He was bent on escaping. Lu Ming could not kill him. Really? However, Lu Ming sneered. Afterward, a bell appeared above Lu Ming's head. Origin secret, origin of the origin secret. The bell of heavenly evildoer rang and an invisible attack enveloped the green-skinned youth. The green-skinned youth's body trembled, and he couldn't help but stop moving. His face turned red. Not good. Soul attack. This kid has 2 origin source secret techniques. The green-skinned youth roared in his heart. He was anxious and wanted to resist with all his strength. But it was too late. A foot enlarged in front of him and hit his face. His soul was affected by the heavenly evil bell. His divine power stopped for a moment. He had no way to defend himself. Bam! Lu Ming kicked the green-skinned youth in the face. The green-skinned youth screamed miserably and his body flew out. Half of his head exploded and he was seriously injured. Run, run, run. The green-skinned youth was not dead yet. He tried to escape. But the heavenly evil bell rang again. He was attacked and felt a stinging pain. His soul was a treasure that could defend against attacks. However, he could not completely block the heavenly evil bell's attack and was greatly affected. No! The green-skinned youth roared in terror. In the next instant, another terrifying attack landed on his head. This time, his head completely exploded, and his soul was destroyed by the berserk energy. The green-skinned youth had fallen. Phew! In the sky, Lu Ming took a deep breath. He quickly dispersed the heavenly evil bell and the wind-extinguishing boots. Controlling 2 origin source secret techniques at the same time consumed too much divine power. Although he controlled 11 kinds of divine power, he was only in the 7th King God realm. He had used 2 origin source secret techniques at the same time. After a few attacks, his divine power was almost exhausted. Fortunately, it was only one person. If there were several people, Lu Ming would not have dared to use them like that. Sigh, I have to recover quickly. I missed the measure character formula. Lu Ming sighed. With the measure character formula, he could store divine power in advance. He was not afraid of exhausting his divine power. Now you know how good I am. Humph, you have to suck up to me in the future. In his sea of consciousness, the measure character formula snorted arrogantly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. At this moment, the people of the Blood Dragon Hall and the Black Dragon family were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. A terrifying Divine Lord Realm powerhouse was actually killed by Lu Ming in an overbearing manner. Terrifying, too terrifying. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have become a god. It was as if he was the reincarnation of a primordial divine dragon. They only reacted after a long while. Especially the people of the Blood Dragon Hall. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. They were afraid that Lu Ming would kill them in a fit of anger. As for running away, they did not dare to do so. Didn't they see that the terrifying divine sovereign expert was killed? Where could they run to? They could only watch in horror and wait for Lu Ming's orders. Senior Lu. At this moment, Feng Zhou flew over and clasped his fists at Lu Ming. He stammered. He thought that Lu Ming should be a senior expert from the Dragon Clan's mother planet. He was not young, but he had a technique to maintain his youthful appearance. Feng Zhou, we are about the same age. Don't call me senior. Lu Ming smiled. About the same age? Feng Zhou was a little confused. He said, Brother Lu, what should we do with the people of the Blood Dragon Hall? Lu Ming's gaze turned to the people of the Blood Dragon Hall. The remaining people of the Blood Dragon Hall trembled and their hearts raced. They knew that the moment that would decide their fate was about to arrive. Why did you all submit to that person just now? Lu Ming asked. He was referring to the green-skinned youth. Not long ago, the other party suddenly descended. Although we knew that he was an outsider, he was powerful and reached the divine sovereign realm. Our hall master was suppressed by him in one move and could only surrender. An old man of the Blood Dragon Hall mustered up his courage and said. Oh. Lu Ming nodded and said, follow the Black Dragon family in the future. Work with the Black Dragon family and help me do things. I can spare your lives. Thank you for not killing us. Thank you. Unexpectedly, the people of the Blood Dragon Hall directly surrendered. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. He did not expect it to go so smoothly. He thought that the other party would resist. Chapter 3599. Actually, it was normal. That green-skinned youth was an outsider. They had no choice but to submit to him. However, in their eyes, Lu Ming was from the dragon race's mother planet. Moreover, he was so powerful. Submitting to someone from the dragon race's mother planet was better than submitting to an outsider. Therefore, they readily agreed. Next, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Lu Ming did not stay for long. He returned to his room and sat cross-legged. He circulated the universe myriad Tao art. The divine energy in the world gathered crazily and was absorbed by Lu Ming. The divine energy in Lu Ming's star core was quickly replenished. When his divine energy recovered to its peak, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. I wonder how the people outside are doing. Right, let me check the illusory heavenly jade. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took out the illusory heavenly jade and entered the public area of the illusory space. It can be used. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The illusory heavenly jade was indeed refined by the illusory heavenly palace. It was indeed miraculous. Even the 10,000 dragon seals could not block it. It could still be used. When Lu Ming first arrived, he thought that the illusory heavenly jade could not be used. Therefore, he did not take it out. However, the public area was silent. Only a few people asked about the situation in the dragon race's mother planet. Obviously, these people did not enter the dragon race's mother planet. However, no one answered. No one came out to explain the situation in the dragon race's mother planet. Could it be that not many people entered the dragon race's mother planet and they all died? Lu Ming pondered. However, he immediately shook his head. That was impossible. When he saw the green-skinned youth, Lu Ming knew that it was impossible for everyone who entered to die. Although the green-skinned youth was a genius, his strength was only average. He was born in a race that was not large. Most of the geniuses on the great desolate 10,000 races board were probably stronger than the green-skinned youth. If the green-skinned youth could successfully enter the dragon race's mother planet, then there must be many others who had already entered. However, no one spoke in the public area. Lu Ming guessed that these people deliberately did not speak. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, he had been injured by the 10,000 dragon seals when he had entered, and he hadn't recovered yet. Thus, he didn't want to reveal his location. After all, there were many factions in the Your Wilds universe, and many of them held grudges against each other. If you revealed your location, you might be targeted by others, which would be very dangerous. Therefore, before they recovered from their injuries, no one spoke. The second was to be like Lu Ming and obtain a relic. Being able to obtain a great opportunity in a relic was naturally something that couldn't be said. It would be better to keep it for oneself and slowly enjoy it. Lu Ming speculated that after some time, when everyone had fully recovered from their injuries, this public area would become lively. At that time, Lu Ming would be able to obtain a lot of information from here. Putting away the dream heavenly jade, Lu Ming walked out of the room. At this moment, the battlefield caused by the previous battle had been cleaned up. Brother Lu. Peng Zhou walked over and cupped his fists. Brother Feng Zhou, Lu Ming needs your help with something. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, please speak. Peng Zhou will do his best. Peng Zhou said. I want to ask the Black Dragon family to help me find two people. With that, Lu Ming took out 2 jade talismans and injected his divine power. Immediately, 2 figures emerged. These 2 figures were Autumn Moon and Xianyinqing. Lu Ming wanted to ask the Black Dragon family to help him find out the whereabouts of Autumn Moon and Xianyinqing. This was also his purpose of pretending to be a native of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. He could use the natives to find Autumn Moon and Xianyinqing. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was incomparably huge and boundless. Moreover, the suppression here was very strong, and the flying speed was extremely slow. It was too difficult to rely on his own strength to find them. It was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. With the help of the natives of the Dragon Clan's mother planet, it would be much easier to find them. Brother Lu, don't worry. The Black Dragon family will do their best to find them. Peng Zhou nodded. Also, during this period of time, inquire about the surrounding situation and see what happened to the other forces. Lu Ming said. Okay, no problem. Peng Zhou nodded repeatedly. He had been completely conquered by Lu Ming's strength. Moreover, Lu Ming was a native of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. In his opinion, Lu Ming must be a peerless genius of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Especially when Lu Ming had stimulated the primordial divine blood, he had exuded an ancient dragon aura, which made them admire him even more. After handing the 2 jade talismans to Peng Zhou, Lu Ming returned to his room. He took out a type of divine medicine, swallowed it, and began to refine it. The most important thing now was to restore his cultivation as soon as possible. Only when his cultivation was completely restored would he have enough confidence. In the divine medicine, rich life energy flowed into Lu Ming's body and then into the 11 star nuclei, restoring Lu Ming's star nuclei. After refining the divine medicine, Lu Ming took out another one. In any case, in the Black Dragon Valley, Lu Ming had obtained close to 200 divine medicines. There were enough divine medicines for him to eat. Time passed day by day. Soon, 10 days had passed. In 10 days, Lu Ming had refined dozens of divine medicines. With the help of the powerful life energy, Lu Ming's cultivation recovered rapidly. 8th layer Divine King Realm, 9th layer Divine King Realm. Although the recovery would be slower towards the end, in 10 days, Lu Ming's cultivation had recovered to the peak of the 9th layer Divine King Realm. He was just one step away from the Divine Lord Realm. The surface of the 11 star nuclei had become smooth again. There were fewer cracks on them, only a few were left. As long as these few cracks were completely repaired, Lu Ming's cultivation would recover to the 1st layer Divine Lord Realm. It's faster than I thought. At most, in another 10 days, I will be able to recover safely. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. His injuries were very serious, especially when there was a problem with the star nuclei. It was very difficult to recover. However, the cultivation environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was too good. Even so, Lu Ming thought that it would take at least 2 years to recover. However, with these divine medicines, Lu Ming could shorten the recovery time to a month. This was very heaven-defying. Of course, the last step of the recovery was also the most difficult. Lu Ming estimated that it would take around 10 days. He took out another divine medicine and continued refining it. At this moment, 2 figures were rushing towards the Black Dragon Clan at an extremely fast speed. They were 2 young men with arrogance in their eyes. They were wearing fiery red armor. Flames were burning on the armor and the temperature was shocking. The air was sizzling due to the heat. We're almost at the Black Dragon Clan. The Black Dragon Clan also controls a relic called the Black Dragon Valley. It's an ownerless place. The Fire Centipede Clan must control the Black Dragon Valley. The relic on the Dragon Clan's mother planet is really amazing. Divine medicines are everywhere and there are countless opportunities. Cultivating here is 100 times faster than cultivating in the sacred place of our Fire Centipede Clan. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was born at the beginning of the world. It has been sealed for so many years. Once it awakens, of course it will be amazing. The 2 young men chatted. Chapter 3600. The 2 young men from the Fire Centipede race chatted as they flew. Soon, they arrived at the Black Dragon family's territory. Who goes there? Stop right there. With a loud shout, several figures appeared and blocked the 2 young men from the Fire Centipede race. These figures were from the Blood Dragon Hall. The Blood Dragon Hall had been subdued by Lu Ming and cooperated with the Black Dragon family. Some of the experts from the Blood Dragon Hall were guarding the Black Dragon family's territory. When they saw the young men from the Fire Centipede race, they stopped them. Are you from the Black Dragon family? One of the young men from the Fire Centipede race asked. You can say that. One of the men from the Blood Dragon Hall replied. Very well. Go back and tell the Black Dragon family to hand over the Black Dragon Valley and surrender. They will work for the Fire Centipede race. That way, the Black Dragon family can live. One of the young men from the Fire Centipede race said coldly. Otherwise, all of you will die. The other young man from the Fire Centipede race added. With that, the 2 young men from the Fire Centipede race emitted a shocking aura. The aura was like the might of the heavens, causing the faces of the experts from the Blood Dragon Hall to change drastically. They retreated and spat out blood. Divine Lord Realm. The people from the Blood Dragon Hall were shocked. Go back and tell them. One of the young men from the Fire Centipede race waved his hand casually. Let's go. The men from the Blood Dragon Hall quickly retreated and returned to the Black Dragon family. I heard that the Black Dragon family is only a small faction. The strongest person there is only at the 5th layer of the Divine King realm. This trip will be easy. Not bad. This place is not occupied by anyone. Our Fire Centipede race is lucky. After taking the Black Dragon Valley, we will have 2 ruins to explore. The 2 young men from the Fire Centipede race chatted casually as they continued forward. Soon, they arrived above the Black Dragon family. At this moment, the Black Dragon family was already crowded with experts. They stared warily at the 2 young men from the Fire Centipede race. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to resist? One of the young men from the Fire Centipede race was stunned. If they want to die, I don't mind sending them on their way. Another young man from the Fire Centipede race said coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Below, Lu Ming was sizing up the 2 young men from the Fire Centipede clan. Previously, when he was cultivating, he received news from Ping Prefecture that someone had come to kill him. Lu Ming had no choice but to end his seclusion. Now, the Black Dragon Valley was regarded by Lu Ming as his own treasured land. How could he give it to others? Anyone who wanted the Black Dragon Valley was his enemy. Second-level Divine Monarch. Lu Ming swept with his spiritual sense and discovered that these two young men had second-level Divine Lord cultivation. This is a little tricky. Lu Ming frowned. Even though he had managed to recover his cultivation to the 9th layer of the God King realm, making him significantly stronger than when he had fought with the green-skinned young man, he was still unable to withstand the pressure. But Divine Lord realm, the disparity between each level was also very great. A second-layer King God Realm expert could easily kill a first-layer King God Realm expert. If it were an ordinary second King God Realm warrior, Lu Ming didn't need to worry about him. With his current competence, he could kill him easily. However, none of the people who were able to come here were ordinary people. They were all geniuses of various major forces. This was especially true for the geniuses on the primordial 10,000 races roll. They were probably even stronger. The only thing he didn't know was which clan they were from. Boom! Boom! The two young men from the fire centipede race released their auras impolitely. The aura of a second-layer Divine Lord filled the sky above the Black Dragon family, filling the area with a terrifying pressure. The people from the Black Dragon family and the Blood Dragon Hall seemed to be carrying a huge mountain on their backs. They're even stronger than the green-skinned young man. They're outsiders. Feng Zhou and the others had ugly expressions. They could easily sense that these two young men were even stronger than the green-skinned young man from 10 days ago. Would Lu Ming be able to fight the other party? Hand over the Black Dragon Valley or die. One of the young men from the fire centipede race shouted coldly. His killing intent was so cold that it made people's expressions change. Feng Zhou and the others fell silent and looked at Lu Ming. They could only leave it to Lu Ming to deal with such an enemy. There was nothing they could do. You're outsiders, right? Which clan are you from? Lu Ming asked. He wanted to find out where they were from first. You're just an aboriginal. Even if I tell you, you won't know. One of the young men from the fire centipede race glanced at Lu Ming. Tell me about it. I've seen an introduction to the alien races in an ancient book. Lu Ming said. Since you want to hear it, I'll tell you. We're from the fire centipede race, a powerful clan on the primitive 10,000 races list. We're one of the top clans in the entire primitive universe. Do you understand? One of the young men from the fire centipede race said coldly with a proud face. So you're from the fire centipede race. You're ranked 10,000 on the primitive 10,000 races list. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming had seen the introduction of all the clans on the primitive 10,000 races list in the dreamy Divine Jade. Once the other party said it, he understood. So you're from the fire centipede race. I've seen it in an ancient book before. It was only after my dragon race was destroyed that you had the chance to climb up. Otherwise, you wouldn't be qualified to be on the primitive 10,000 races list. Lu Ming said with a smile. Indeed, the fire centipede race wasn't qualified to be on the primitive 10,000 races list when the dragon race was at their peak. After the dragon race was destroyed and their strength weakened, they were removed from the primitive 10,000 races list. Only then did the fire centipede race have the chance to climb up. Kid, you're courting death. One of the young men from the fire centipede race shouted coldly, emitting a cold killing intent. The fire centipede race had always been proud of being on the primitive 10,000 races list. They hated it when people said that they had climbed up the ranks. Now, a native dared to say that. Boom! One of the young men from the fire centipede race stepped out. Flames filled the sky and the temperature in the air rose rapidly. A terrifying wisp of flames spread out and rushed toward Lu Ming and the other members of the Black Dragon family. He wanted to burn them all into ashes. Lu Ming soared into the sky and threw out a punch. His fist energy broke through the air and extinguished the wisp of flames. 9th layer Divine King Realm. The two young men from the fire centipede race were stunned. They had heard that the strongest person in the Black Dragon family was only a 5th layer Divine King Realm cultivator. They had never thought that there would be a 9th layer Divine King Realm cultivator. However, the two of them soon smiled maliciously. So what if he was a 9th-layer Divine King Realm cultivator? In their eyes, he was an existence that they could kill with a slap. Kid, die. The young man from the fire centipede race who had attacked previously shouted coldly. He threw a slap at Lu Ming. His palm was covered in purple flames and the temperature was even higher. This terrifying flame could burn an ordinary 9th-layer Divine King Realm cultivator to death. That's not enough. Lu Ming shouted and activated the battle character's secret art. His fighting strength increased by 5 times. His divine force erupted and at the same time, he activated the power of the primitive divine blood and threw a punch at his opponent. Lu Ming did not use his origin secret technique. He had used his full strength in this attack. He wanted to kill the other party with a thunderous strike when the other party looked down on him. Watch out. The other young man from the fire centipede race sensed the terrifying power of Lu Ming's punch. He roared in anger and rushed toward Lu Ming crazily. Chapter 3601. The other prodigy of the fire centipede race sensed Lu Ming's explosive power and roared in anger. He charged at Lu Ming. As he charged, his body expanded rapidly and finally turned into a giant centipede that was over 1,000 meters long. The centipede was covered in flames and surrounded by ferocious flaming claws. After turning into a centipede, the flaming claws around him flew out like flaming sabers and slashed at Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and punched out continuously with both fists. Streams of fist force burst forth, charging forward and colliding with the flaming sharp claws. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded. The young man from the fire centipede race reacted and roared. A violent power burst out and charged at Lu Ming, colliding with Lu Ming's fist energy. Whoosh! Lu Ming's body floated backward. Damn it, this kid hid his strength. The young man from the fire centipede race shouted coldly. He was really scared. He had underestimated Lin Fan and did not expect him to be so strong. If the other prodigy of the fire centipede race had not intervened in time, he might have been killed by Lin Fan. Under the lingering fear, there was anger, boundless anger. Kid, I'm going to tear you apart. The prodigy of the fire centipede race roared and his body began to transform into a giant flaming centipede. This was not a secret physique technique but their true bodies. 2 flaming centipedes wriggled their bodies and emitted shocking flames as they charged at Lu Ming. Their sharp claws turned into sabers and slashed at Lu Ming, making a terrifying whistling sound. Come on. Lu Ming grasped the void and the Overlord Spear appeared. The Overlord Spear was naturally more suitable to deal with 2 prodigies of the fire centipede race. This was because the fire centipede race was the type with thick skin and strong defense. It required a powerful origin source secret technique. Whoosh! 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 The Overlord Spear vibrated and shot out spear lights at the flaming claws. Lu Ming waved the Overlord Spear and knocked away the claws as he charged at one of the flaming centipedes. Kill! One of the flame centipedes roared. Its body glowed like metal, and its entire body seemed to transform into a fiery red saber as it slashed down at Lu Ming. This move contained his opponent's origin secret art. Lu Ming could clearly see that the other party's origin secret technique was a wisp of heat that fused with the other party's body. Its power was astonishing. Unending river of spear Dao. Lu Ming brandished his spear, and a long river of spear Dao appeared, colliding with his opponent's body. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out continuously as the 2 sides clashed. In the end, there was a loud explosion. Lu Ming and the flame centipede both retreated over 100 li. What astonishing power! What a powerful fire crow! Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Speaking of which, this was the second time he had fought against a race on the primitive 10,000 races roll. The first time, it was a few prodigies from the Wu people. However, the Wu people's strange means of attacking the soul happened to be countered by Lu Ming's evil bell, so they couldn't show their strength. Now, it was the second time Lu Ming had fought against a prodigy from a race on the primitive 10,000 races roll. He finally realized how powerful these races were. The other party's power was astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary races. The prodigy of the Sacred Fire Saber sect was definitely no match for the prodigy of the Fire Centipede race. The more powerful the race, the more outstanding the bloodline, and the more powerful and talented they were. This was because these races were closer to the primitive divine spirits. Especially the races that were ranked at the top of the primitive 10,000 races roll, they were even more terrifying. For example, some 8-winged angels and 10-winged angels in the angel race were born with amazing talents. Their bloodline was powerful, and they grew rapidly. Their talents were far beyond that of other races, and their combat strength was astonishing. This was something that the Dragon clan also had. For example, the 7-clawed divine dragon and the 8-clawed divine dragon were born with amazing talents, not to mention the 9-clawed dragon. They were almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Some prodigies of other races even had divine power at birth, and it was divine power that had awakened the divine power origin factor. They also had origin secret arts at birth. How could they compare? This was the power of a race's talent. Although the two young men from the Fire Centipede race in front of him weren't that powerful, they were still much stronger than ordinary races. Of course, it didn't mean that ordinary races couldn't be compared to these powerful races. Ordinary races could also give birth to some monstrous prodigies. In history, there had been records of ordinary races rising against the natural order, and even trampling on the strongest prodigies of the top 10 races. Of course, such monstrous prodigies were very rare. In terms of overall strength and overall prodigies of a race, the stronger races were still more powerful. Lu Ming was shocked, and the two prodigies of the Fire Centipede race were even more shocked. Lu Ming was only a 9th-level divine king, but he could fight against them. It was too terrifying. Is this the divine dragon race? They've been annihilated, and only a few remnants can give birth to such a monstrous prodigy. No wonder they were one of the top 5 races back then. The two prodigies of the Fire Centipede race had this thought. However, it was quickly replaced by killing intent. The divine dragon race had been annihilated, so what if they gave birth to a monstrous prodigy? They would just kill him. The two huge centipedes transformed into two battle sabers and slashed toward Lu Ming with a whistling sound. It seems like it's not easy to deal with just one origin secret art. I'll use more then. Lu Ming's heart stirred and the heavenly evil bell condensed. Ding-ling-ling. The wicked bell rang, attacking the other party's soul. Soul attack. Be careful. The two fire centipedes shouted, but their bodies still trembled after being attacked. Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack. The Overlord God's spear stabbed toward the eyes of one of the fire centipedes. That was the other party's weakness, and its defense was weak. However, just as the Overlord God's spear was about to pierce its eyes, the fire centipede roared and twisted its body, narrowly avoiding the attack. With a clang, the Overlord God's spear pierced the shell of the fire centipede's head. The fire centipede was sent flying, and its shell caved in. A trace of blood seeped out, but it was fine. To be able to react so quickly, it seems like the other party has a soul-protecting treasure, and it's extremely powerful. Lu Ming frowned. The prodigies of the primitive 10,000 races board could not be underestimated. Obviously, Lu Ming had a powerful soul defense treasure, which was why he could react so quickly and resist the soul attack. This was normal. The primitive 10,000 races board was so powerful that it was normal for them to have powerful soul defense treasures. One had to know that the Wu people on the primitive 10,000 races board specialized in dealing with souls. If the other races did not have any defensive treasures, wouldn't they be at the mercy of the Wu people? Kill. Kill this bastard. The two fire centipedes roared and pounced toward Lu Ming, launching a violent attack. Lunar moon. Lu Ming moved his mind, and the lunar moon appeared, scattering rays of extremely cold light. Chapter 3602. Lu Ming used his third origin secret technique, the Moon of Lunar. The Moon of Lunar contained the power of extreme coldness. The Moon of Lunar was awakened by the divine power of Lunar and was filled with the power of extreme coldness and Yin. The fire centipede race was filled with terrifying flames. The moon of Lunar was the nemesis of the fire centipede race. Rays of light fell from the moon of Lunar and landed on the two fire centipedes. Immediately, there were crackling sounds of explosions. This was the result of the collision of cold and heat. For a moment, the flames on the two fire centipedes dimmed. Sovereign's Gate. Then, with a thought, Lu Ming cast another Origin's secret skill, the Gate of Dominion. The Sovereign's Gate was enormous. There was a vortex on it that spun continuously. It emitted a terrifying suction force that suppressed the two fire centipedes. Damn it, so many Origin's secret techniques. The two fire centipedes roared and struggled violently. They wanted to break through the attacks and break out of the encirclement. Now's the time. Voidbreaker Sword. Lu Ming waved his hand and the Voidbreaker Sword appeared. It flew out and stabbed at the eyes of one of the fire centipedes. The two fire centipedes were attacked by the Wicked Bell and the Sovereign's Gate. Their bodies and souls were greatly suppressed, and their reaction speed was much slower. In addition, the Voidbreaker Sword was as fast as lightning. In a flash, it was in front of one of the fire centipedes. The fire centipede wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The Voidbreaker Sword pierced through one of its eyes. Ah! The fire centipede roared and struggled violently. However, it was useless. The Voidbreaker Sword pierced through and destroyed it. At the same time, Lu Ming also attacked. He stabbed the other eye of the fire centipede with his spear. Boom! A violent burst of energy exploded, and the head of the fire centipede exploded. It died on the spot. How dare you kill the prodigy of my fire centipede race? You native, you deserve to die. The other fire centipede was shocked to see this scene. It roared and ran back, trying to escape. However, Lu Ming would not let it escape. Old Liang, divine power. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Powerful divine power surged into Lu Ming's body through the quantifying word formula. Kacha. At that moment, Lu Ming seemed to hear a slight cracking sound coming from the star core that hadn't completely healed yet. It seemed that the crack had become a little bigger. He hadn't fully recovered yet. Rashly introducing the divine power into the measure character formula, he still couldn't bear it. However, he couldn't care less now. Boom! The Sovereign Lord's Gate shone brightly, and a scaly hand stretched out of the vortex. It almost looked like the hand of a fiend devil as it grabbed the flame centipede's tail and squeezed. The flame centipede screamed as its tail was crushed. Then, the heavenly evildoer bell rang. The void-shattering sword and Lu Ming charged toward the flame centipede with the Overlord God Spear. Lu Ming's primordial divine blood was activated, and his strength was unimaginable. The Overlord God Spear smashed down. Even though the flame centipede's defense was amazing, its shell was almost smashed open by Lu Ming. Under the pincer attack of Lu Ming's various origin secret techniques, the flame centipede was no match at all. It barely managed to block a few moves before the void-shattering sword pierced its vitals. It screamed in pain. Then, Lu Ming arrived with the Overlord God Spear and killed the flame centipede completely. After killing the flame centipede, Lu Ming immediately withdrew several origin secret techniques and checked the star core's condition. After a while, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the divine power and the measure character formula had caused the crack in the star core to widen, it wasn't serious. It would take at most a few days for it to recover. Only then did Feng Zhou and the others react. They looked at each other. They were already numb to Lu Ming's strength. During this period, Lu Ming had repeatedly brought them surprises. It was as if no matter how strong the enemy was, Lu Ming would finish them off in the end. Feng Zhou, I'll leave these two flame centipedes to you. I'm going back to cultivate. Lu Ming reminded Feng Zhou. He felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Because when the last flame centipede was about to die, its glabella lit up and took out a jade talisman. Lu Ming saw it clearly. It was clearly the illusory divine jade. Lu Ming had already studied the illusory divine jade before. The illusory divine jade had many functions. Not only could it replace voice transmission jade talismans, but it could also replace the breath shadow stone to copy images. Lu Ming reckoned that at the last moment, the flame centipede sent out a message and sent out his image at the same time. In that case, it would definitely attract more and stronger flame centipedes later. As a member of the primordial 10,000 races, the flame centipede race had many elites. It was impossible for only 2 of them to enter. For example, the sacred sparrow race, which was ranked over 9,000, had a few hundred people enter. Therefore, he had to recover to his peak as soon as possible to deal with the upcoming situation. Lu Ming came to the 2 flame centipedes. First, he took their rings. Then, he took out 2 jade talismans from their bodies. They were indeed illusory divine jade. Then, he ignored them and returned to his room. Feng Zhou and the others hurriedly put away the corpses of the 2 flame centipedes. These 2 flame centipedes were priceless treasures to them. If the carapace of the flame centipedes was refined into armor, its defensive power would definitely be astonishing. Lu Ming returned to his room and took out the 2 pieces of illusory divine jade to study. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was soon disappointed. Because there was no use at all. Everyone's illusory divine jade would be completely bound to the illusory divine jade by dripping their blood. In this way, this piece of illusory divine jade would be the only one. Even if others took it, they would not be able to use it. They would not be able to erase the imprint on it and open the illusory divine jade. It was said that only the people of the illusory heavenly palace could erase the imprint on the illusory divine jade. Shaking his head, Lu Ming put away the 2 pieces of illusory divine jade. Then, he took out a divine herb and continued to refine it. There was a vast territory to the west of the Black Dragon family. In this territory, there was a dragon-human family called the Golden Dragon family. There was also an ancient relic in the Golden Dragon family called the Golden Dragon Ridge. Now, both the Golden Dragon family and the Golden Dragon Ridge were occupied by the elites of the Flame Centipede race. In a hall deep in the Golden Dragon family, a group of Flame Centipede race elites gathered. Damn it, Wu Feng just sent back news that they were killed in the Black Dragon family. A Flame Centipede race elite shouted angrily. According to the Golden Dragon family, the strongest cultivator in the Black Dragon family is only in the 5th layer of the King God realm. Even if they have improved during this period of time, the strongest cultivator in the Black Dragon family shouldn't be above the 7th layer of the King God realm. How could Wu Feng and Wu Feng be killed when they went there? Could it be that the Black Dragon family is also occupied by other powerful races? The other Flame Centipede race elites discussed with solemn expressions. If other races on the primitive 10,000 races list had occupied the Black Dragon family, they could forget about it. Chapter 3603. After all, although the Fire Centipede race was ranked on the primitive 10,000 races board and was one of the top races in the primitive universe, they were ranked at the bottom. Any race on the primitive 10,000 races board was more powerful than them. Therefore, if the other party was another race on the primitive 10,000 races board, they could only admit that they were unlucky. He's not a race on the primitive 10,000 races board or even an outsider. He's a native of the dragon race's mother planet. The Fire Centipede race prodigy said. What? A native? The other Fire Centipede race prodigies found it hard to believe. Look. The Fire Centipede race prodigy took out the dreamy sacred jade. The dreamy sacred jade shone and an image appeared. The image was Lu Ming. After Lu Ming activated the primordial divine blood, he purposely let the dragon scales appear so that he looked exactly like the dragon human race. He's indeed a native. The other Fire Centipede race prodigies widened their eyes in disbelief. A native of the dragon race's mother planet actually had such a powerful existence that could kill 2 of their prodigies who had recovered to 2nd level Divine Lord realm. It seems like we can't underestimate the native of the dragon race's mother planet. After all, this is an extraordinary planet. It's possible that some monstrous prodigies could be born here. A Fire Centipede race prodigy who looked more composed nodded. He's just a native. I'm going to kill him now. Who wants to come with me? A hot-tempered fire centipede race prodigy shouted. Wait a minute. A young man with long fiery red hair spoke from above. The moment he spoke, the others quietened down and looked at the youth as though they were afraid of him. We were injured when we entered the weak spot and have yet to recover to our peak. The most important thing now is to make use of the divine medicine on the Golden Dragon Ridge and the excellent cultivation environment to recover from our injuries. It won't be too late to kill that native after we've recovered to our peak. The red-haired youth spoke. The others nodded, indicating that they had no objections. In the Black Dragon family, Lu Ming continued to refine the divine medicine and his injuries were recovering rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 12 days had passed. After 12 days of cultivation, Lu Ming's injuries had finally recovered to their peak. The cracks on the 11 star cores had all disappeared without a trace, and they emitted a resplendent radiance. And Lu Ming's cultivation also finally recovered to first-level Divine Lord. I can finally use it to my heart's content. Lu Ming smiled. After recovering to his peak, Lu Ming no longer had any scruples when he made a move. The 11 kinds of divine power of the origin could erupt to his heart's content. The divine power that had been stored in the measure character formula could be supplied continuously. In this way, Lu Ming's battle prowess could be fully unleashed. It's been 12 days, but the fire centipede race still hasn't arrived. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He had thought that the fire centipede race would come knocking on his door very soon. He didn't expect that after 12 days, they still hadn't come. It seems that the people of the fire centipede race have all been injured since they entered this place. That's why they don't dare to attack recklessly. That's good too. It's time to refine the Genesis grass. Lu Ming smiled and a stalk of Genesis grass appeared in his palm. The Genesis grass was of great help to the cultivation of divine power of the origin. It would be helpful for the 4th, 5th, and even 6th awakenings. Lu Ming wanted to see how helpful it would be. Lu Ming swallowed the Genesis grass in one gulp and began to cultivate. This time, Lu Ming cultivated the divine power of the Overlord's divine power of the origin. As expected, once he started cultivating, Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the divine power of the Overlord's divine power of the origin was extremely fast. Originally, the Overlord's divine power was only at the 4th awakening. Now, it was rapidly approaching the 5th awakening. A day later, Lu Ming completely refined the Genesis grass. Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the divine power of the Overlord's divine power of the origin had soared. Although it had not awakened the 5th awakening, it was a huge step closer. It was comparable to the results of thousands of years of cultivation. This way, if I refine 2 more stalks of Genesis grass, the Overlord's divine power will definitely awaken the 5th awakening. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had 2 more stalks of Genesis grass in his hand. This cultivation speed was astonishing. It was already at the 4th awakening, but it was still so helpful. It was definitely an unparalleled treasure in the outside world. Its value was immeasurable. It was a treasure that could not be bought even with money. Lu Ming was about to take out the 2nd stalk of Genesis grass when his gaze suddenly shifted and he looked in a certain direction. Lu Ming felt that more than 10 auras were rapidly approaching. They're here? Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed out of the room and soared into the sky. He flew in that direction and stood in the void, waiting. In just a few breaths' time, 10 figures appeared in front of him. 10 young men in fiery red armor with flames of different colors burning on their bodies. It was obvious that they were the experts of the fire centipede race. The 10 experts of the fire centipede race naturally noticed Lu Ming. They fanned out and surrounded Lu Ming. This is the kid who killed Wu Feng. Surround him. Don't let him escape. A few cold shouts could be heard. Violent auras burst out and locked onto Lu Ming. 3rd layer Divine Lord Realm? Lu Ming muttered. Obviously, the 10 experts of the fire centipede race had recovered from their injuries. They had recovered to their 3rd layer Divine Lord Realm. Kid, you dared to kill one of our fire centipede race. Very well. Today, we'll let you know what regret is. one of the sky pride of the fire centipede race shouted coldly. Kill. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He took a step forward and the Overlord God's spear appeared, thrusting it towards the prodigy of the fire centipede race. The prodigy of the fire centipede race was shocked. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would dare to make the first move when he was surrounded by so many experts. At the critical moment, his two arms turned into two sabers and blocked in front of his body. Clang! The Overlord God's spear struck the two sabers and there was a loud explosion. The prodigy of the fire centipede race retreated and almost vomited blood. Kid, how dare you make a move? Kill him. Kill. The other prodigies of the fire centipede race were enraged. They all transformed into their original forms. Giant fire centipedes appeared and their sabers shot towards Lu Ming. There were 10 fire centipedes in total and all of them were third-layer divine lords. Their strength was shocking. However, Lu Ming remained calm. With a thought, 2 drops of primordial divine blood, one big and one small, were activated. Lu Ming's body was filled with powerful energy. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar. The overbearing divine spear became incomparably huge, sweeping away all the saber gleams. Afterward, the Wind Destroyer boots appeared and merged with Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of a flaming centipede divine spear. He pierced the flaming centipede and the flaming centipede hurriedly dodged, avoiding the vital parts of its head. Lu Ming's spear pierced the fire centipede race's abdomen. You can't break through my defense. The fire centipede race was about to shout, but in the next moment, his voice stopped abruptly. There was only a terrified roar. Chapter 3604. Bam! The tyrant god's spear successfully broke through the flame centipede's defense. The spear pierced through the front and back of the spear, and a violent burst of energy exploded. The flame centipede's body exploded into 2, and it fell directly to the ground. In that spear strike, Lu Ming had already unleashed the power of the Overlord God's spear after severing the shackles. Apart from not using other origin secret techniques, Lu Ming's individual attack power had almost reached the limit and easily broke through the fire centipede's defense. Both third-level divine lords, the fire centipede race's prodigy was more talented and stronger than the sacred fire saber sex prodigy. Facing the sacred fire saber sex prodigy, Lu Ming didn't need to activate the power of the primordial divine blood. Facing the fire centipede race's prodigy, Lu Ming was more or less the same after activating the power of the primordial divine blood. After killing a fire centipede, the Overlord God's spear swept across and hit another fire centipede. With a bang, this fire centipede also exploded and died on the spot. How is this possible? Damn it, this isn't real. The remaining 8 fire centipedes were shocked and couldn't believe it. Needless to say, their fire centipede race's attack power was very strong, but their defense power was even stronger. It could be said that they had both bow and body. Apart from being a little slow, they were very strong in all other aspects. But now, the defense power that they were so proud of couldn't even withstand a single blow in front of Lu Ming. They were scared. Retreat, leave this place. This kid is strange. Go back and bring everyone together. Let young Master Wu Tian kill him. Let's go. The remaining 8 fire centipedes were scared and wanted to retreat, wanting to leave this place. It's too late to leave now. Kill. Lu Ming roared as other origin secret techniques appeared on his body. In an instant, he used at least 7 or 8 origin secret techniques. Apart from the auxiliary origin secret techniques like the Heavenly Dark Shield and the Primordial Divine Dragon Horn, Lu Ming used all the other offensive origin secret techniques. Ding-ling-ling. The wicked bell vibrated, and a soul-shaking sound wave spread out, making the 8 fire centipedes tremble. Then, the void-shattering sword, the sky devil blade, the gate of the sovereign, the moon of the moon, the sun of the sun. All kinds of origin secret arts were launched. These origin secret techniques all severed a shackle, and when unleashed, their power was astonishing. Puff! A flaming centipede was split in half by the sky demon blade. Then, the other fire centipede's head was pierced by the void-breaking sword, and its soul was annihilated. At the same time, a large hand reached out from the gate of domination and crushed a fire centipede alive. The moon of the moon and the sun of the sun sprinkled down multicolored light, turning the bodies of the two flame centipedes into ashes. Lu Ming swept out with the tyrant god's spear in his hand, causing the fire centipedes to explode one after another. Lu Ming went all out. In just a few breaths of time, the remaining 8 fire centipedes were all slaughtered. In fact, these flame centipedes didn't even have time to take out their illusory godly jades to spread the news before they were killed. It feels so good to return to my peak. Lu Ming was in high spirits, but he quickly calmed down. Although these flame centipedes couldn't withstand a single blow, Lu Ming wouldn't underestimate the heroes of the world. The fire centipede race was only ranked in the top 10,000 of the great desolate 10,000 races. Although their bloodline talent was powerful, it was limited. However, the races ranked at the top of the great desolate 10,000 races had astonishing bloodline talent and powerful combat strength. If their cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, Lu Ming would most likely not be their match. For example, Ebo of the Winged Men was suppressed to the early 2nd level of the Divine Lord realm by dragon might, but his combat strength was extremely powerful. Lu Ming had to unleash his full strength to kill him. One could imagine what kind of existences were in the top 100 or even the top 10 races of the great desolate 10,000 races. It was hard to predict. Perhaps the top 10 races had geniuses who could compete with Lu Ming at the same level, or even be stronger than Lu Ming. That would be normal. Those races' bloodline talent was too strong. If they had some fortuitous encounters, they would be extremely shocking and abnormal. In addition, those weak races couldn't be underestimated either. Even in the small world, people like Lu Ming and Di Jiani could come out. It would be normal for there to be any kind of abnormal people. Lu Ming quickly composed himself. He kept the corpses of the fire centipede race in a storage ring and threw it to Ho Zhou. Naturally, Ho Zhou was dumbfounded. Ho Zhou, have you heard any news during this time? Lu Ming asked. Brother Lu, there's no news about the 2 girls you mentioned. Ho Zhou shook his head. Lu Ming was slightly disappointed, but he quickly recovered. The Black Dragon family had limited manpower. It wasn't easy to obtain news about Autumn Moon and Xianyanqing. However, we've heard quite a bit about the surrounding area. Ho Zhou said. Tell me about it. Lu Ming asked. Now, the public area of the fantasy space was still quiet. Lu Ming could only rely on the Black Dragon family to obtain information. Now, a large number of outsiders have arrived. During this time, the 3 continents of the Dragon Clan's mother planet have been gradually appearing. Ho Zhou began to explain in detail. Lu Ming had learned before that the entire Dragon Clan's mother planet had a total of 3 continents. Between the large continents was an endless ocean. The 3 continents were the Soaring Dragon Continent, the Soaring Dragon Continent and the Dragon Spirit Continent. The continent where the Black Dragon family was located was in the southeast of the Soaring Dragon Continent. Each of the 3 continents was vast and boundless. The Black Dragon clan only occupied a small part of it. On the 3 continents, there were countless forces of the Dragon Human clan. During this time, a large number of outsiders have arrived and they are very powerful. They are all existences of the Divine Sovereign Realm. With their powerful strength, they control the forces of the Dragon Clan's mother planet to do things for them, plunder treasures and divine herbs for them. They also occupy various ruins and sacred grounds. Sigh, Ho Zhou sighed as he spoke. His face was very ugly. The Dragon Human clan of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was simply enslaved by the outsiders and used as slaves. If it weren't for Lu Ming, the Black Dragon family would have been enslaved by other outsiders. They were incomparably angry but helpless. Their strength was inferior, so what could they do? It wasn't that no one resisted. Those who resisted were directly beheaded. Lu Ming nodded and didn't speak. This result was very normal. The Dragon Clan's mother planet had been recovering for 100 years. Not only were there divine herbs in the ruins and sacred grounds, but there were also a large number of divine herbs and other treasures in other places. It was normal for outsiders to control the dragon-human clan on the dragon clan's mother planet and enslave these people to plunder various treasures. "Have you heard any news about those flaming centipedes?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes." Ho Zhou nodded and said, "To the west of our black dragon family, there was originally a force called the Golden Dragon family. There were many flaming centipedes that occupied the Golden Dragon family." Chapter 3605. The Golden Dragon family? Lu Ming muttered. "Yes, and the Golden Dragon family has an ancient ruin called the Golden Dragon Ridge. Legend has it that the Golden Dragon tribe lived there in the ancient times." Quan Zhou said. "Golden Dragon Ridge." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming was very interested in the sacred sites on the dragon tribe's mother planet. Just the Black Dragon Valley alone had given him many surprises. What kind of treasures would there be in the other sacred sites? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. However, he had not finished exploring the Black Dragon Valley and was not in a hurry to go to other places. Lu Ming planned to explore the Black Dragon Valley before going to the Golden Dragon Ridge. After chatting with Quan Zhou for a while, Lu Ming went back to his room and took out the Genesis grass to refine. 2 days later, the last 2 stalks of Genesis grass were refined by Lu Ming. His overlord divine force had successfully broken through and awakened 5 times. In this way, Lu Ming had 2 types of divine force and his origin source divine force had awakened 5 times. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased again. "Let's go to the Black Dragon Valley." Lu Ming got up and walked out of his room to find Quan Zhou. During this time, Quan Zhou had been refining divine herbs and his cultivation had improved rapidly. He was approaching the 5th layer of the God King realm. This speed was unbelievable outside. However, it was normal in the dragon tribe's mother planet. The dragon men were born in the dragon tribe's mother planet and had dragon veins connecting them. They were more compatible with each other. After absorbing the energy and divine herbs from the dragon tribe's mother planet, their cultivation had improved faster than the outsiders. Everyone's cultivation had improved rapidly. When Lu Ming told Quan Zhou that he wanted to go to the Black Dragon Valley, Quan Zhou agreed without hesitation. Lu Ming was the Black Dragon family's backer now. Without Lu Ming, the Black Dragon family would be taken over by the outsiders and they would have nothing left. Lu Ming opened the Black Dragon Valley and entered it again. Lu Ming did not stop outside and quickly went to the place where the mirror was last time. Lu Ming went through the mirror without hesitation. The pressure seems to have lessened. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He realized that the pressure behind the mirror was not as great as before. Looks like the Black Dragon Valley will be completely revealed sooner or later. Everyone might be able to enter. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before his figure flashed and he began to search for treasures. Soon, Lu Ming found a few stalks of divine herbs that were full of life vitality. Lu Ming put it away unceremoniously. "That's Dragon Blood Stone." Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw another piece of Dragon Blood Stone. He stepped forward, took out a combat sword and started digging. Clang clang, clang, sparks flew everywhere. However, Lu Ming's current ability was many times stronger than the last time he was here. Very soon, the fist-sized Dragon Blood Stone was dug out and Lu Ming kept it in his storage ring. Roar! At this moment, a violent roar rang out. It pierced through gold and cracked stone, shaking the void. Rumble! A gigantic Dracolian beast charged at Lu Ming with murderous intent. "You beast again! I'll finish you off this time." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Through its life aura, Lu Ming could clearly sense that this dragon lion beast was the one that had chased after him previously. Lu Ming's cultivation was still weak the last time. He was only at the Divine King realm. This time, Lu Ming had recovered to the first-level Divine Lord realm. Lu Ming was enraged at the thought of being chased by this Dracolian beast. Bam! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed over. With a wave of his hand, the Gate of Domination appeared. The gigantic gate of domination smashed down on the Dracolian beast. Although Lu Ming was still under a lot of pressure, it was much less than the previous time he was here. Moreover, Lu Ming, who had recovered to the first-level Divine Lord Realm, was not a match for a first-level Divine Lord Realm Dracolian beast even if he was under pressure. Bam! The gate of domination smashed down on the Dracolian beast's head. The Dracolian beast was smashed to the ground. Blood flowed from its head and it looked at Lu Ming with fear in its eyes. He knew Lu Ming, but he could not figure out how Lu Ming could be so strong in such a short time. Bam! The gate of domination exerted more force and killed the Dracolian beast. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, there were continuous roars coming from other directions. The ground shook and at least 5 or 6 Dracolian beasts appeared and charged at Lu Ming. Looks like there's a small Dracolian beast tribe here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He was not afraid at all and met the attack head-on. Soon, the 5 or 6 gigantic Dracolian beasts were all lying on the ground. After killing these Dracolian beasts, Lu Ming searched the area again. Soon, he found more than 10 stalks of divine herbs, 2 stalks of Genesis grass, and a piece of dragon blood stone. Lu Ming was overjoyed. These were all good things. Especially the Genesis grass and dragon blood stone. They were simply priceless treasures. After searching the area, Lu Ming continued forward. After walking for a while, he encountered another Dracolian beast. It was not a Dracolian beast but a different kind of Dracolian beast. This time, there was a second-level Divine Lord Dracolian beast. It was very strong. However, even if Lu Ming was suppressed, a second-level Divine Lord was not his match. Especially after he activated the primordial divine blood, it actually had a deterrent effect on these Dracolian beasts. Therefore, Lu Ming easily killed these Dracolian beasts and obtained many treasures. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to explore the area. However, as he continued forward, the Dracolian beasts that appeared were stronger and stronger. Later on, third-level Divine Lord Dracolian beasts began to appear. Under this pressure, Lu Ming wanted to use all his means and strength to kill a third-level Divine Lord Dracolian beast. Just like that, Lu Ming stayed in this Black Dragon Valley for 3 days. Later on, when fourth-level Divine Lord Dracolian beasts began to appear, Lu Ming could only retreat. These resources in my hands right now are enough for me to use for a period of time. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. This time, he obtained another 200 over stalks of divine medicine. In addition, he obtained 5 stalks of Genesis grass and 6 pieces of dragon blood stone. Among them, there was a piece of dragon blood stone that was fully the size of a wash basin. It was several dozen times larger than the fist-sized dragon blood stone. This was a huge harvest. After Lu Ming withdrew from the Black Dragon Valley and returned to his room, he started cultivating without stopping. First of all, refining the 5-bot Genesis grass, another kind of divine power awakened the origin divine power factor 5 times. This way, Lu Ming had 3 kinds of divine powers and awakened the origin divine power factor 5 times. The 4th kind of divine power was also coming soon. Lu Ming had no choice but to sigh. The Genesis grass really had the miraculous wonder of seizing heaven and earth's good fortune. At the same time, Lu Ming's heart turned cold again. The dragon race's mother planet all had such treasures. And those major races that were equally famous as the dragon race also had planets similar to the dragon race's mother planet. For example, the angel race, the soul race, the Buddhist race, and so on. These terrifying races should also have treasures similar to the Genesis grass, right? Then how terrifying would the geniuses of these races be? Chapter 3606. After refining the 5 tufts of Genesis grass, Lu Ming took out a piece of dragon blood stone and began refining it. The dragon blood turned into surging energy that was absorbed by Lu Ming. The second drop of primordial divine blood also grew stronger. After refining the 5 fist-sized dragon blood stones, Lu Ming's second drop of primordial divine blood had reached perfection. It was the same size as the first drop of primordial divine blood. Like this, Lu Ming now had 2 perfect drops of primordial divine blood. The 2 perfect drops of primordial divine blood constantly emitted an ancient energy that entered Lu Ming's body, subtly strengthening Lu Ming's divine body. If this continued, Lu Ming's divine body would become even stronger. Those fire centipede race actually didn't come. Very good, then I'll continue refining. A wash basin-sized dragon blood stone appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was dozens of times bigger than the fist-sized dragon blood stone. The energy contained within was extremely rich. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and directly started refining it. It was much more difficult to refine the wash basin-sized dragon blood stone. Lu Ming spent a whole month to refine the wash basin-sized dragon blood stone. Lu Ming obtained 5 complete drops of primordial divine dragon blood. Like this, Lu Ming had condensed a total of 7 drops of primordial divine dragon blood. 7 drops, erupting together. I wonder how strong they will be. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. It was time to go to Golden Dragon Ridge. There were so many opportunities in Black Dragon Valley, but what about Golden Dragon Ridge? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Walking out of his room, Lu Ming didn't inform Pang Zhou and the others. He directly went to Golden Dragon Ridge. Golden Dragon Ridge and the Golden Dragon family were completely occupied by the fire centipede race. There were at least 100 fire centipede race heavenly geniuses, and they were all divine lords. The Golden Dragon family couldn't resist at all and could only be enslaved by the fire centipede race. They became slaves of the fire centipede race, plundering treasures for them. In a mountain range not far from the Golden Dragon family, a group of people from the Golden Dragon family were searching for divine herbs and other treasures. Damn it, these outsiders are too despicable. They really treat us like slaves. Someone roared in anger. That's right, and if we occupy the Golden Dragon Ridge, we won't be able to get any benefits. Our mother planet has finally recovered, and it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to make rapid progress. But now, we won't be able to get anything, and we have to hand everything over. How can we make progress? Damned outsiders. They're all demons. The ancient divine dragon clan was destroyed by these people. Many people complained, feeling incomparably angry. However, anger was anger. They didn't dare rebel against the fire centipede race. It wasn't like the Golden Dragon family didn't resist, but all of them died. Sigh, I heard that a lot of outsiders have come this time. They are everywhere on the mother planet. All the forces, big and small, have been controlled by them, just like us. It's our fault for being weak. Some people sighed. I heard that a peerless expert appeared in the Black Dragon family and killed the fire centipede race. I wonder if it's true. I heard about it too. The fire centipede race was furious. More than a month ago, they sent 10 experts to the Black Dragon family to destroy them. However, those 10 experts never returned. Could it be that they were killed? I really hope it's true. Could it be that our dragon clan's mother planet already has such an expert? It's hard to say. I heard that the fire centipede race is furious. Their leader has been in seclusion recently. As soon as he comes out, he will kill his way to the Black Dragon family. The people of the Golden Dragon family whispered again. They really hoped that a peerless expert would appear on the dragon clan's mother planet to destroy the outsiders. Look, there's someone there. Suddenly, someone looked at the sky. The other people of the Golden Dragon family also looked at the sky. In the sky, a young man with his hands behind his back and long hair was flying in the direction of the Golden Dragon family. This person is going in the direction of the Golden Dragon family? I haven't seen this person in the fire centipede race. Why is he going to the Golden Dragon family? Is he an outsider or someone from the Dragon clan's mother planet? He's coming from the direction of the Black Dragon family. Could it be the expert from the Black Dragon family? Should we go and have a look? Let's go back quietly and have a look. Many people of the Golden Dragon family talked and showed their interest. Then, they quietly followed Lu Ming and went in the direction of the Golden Dragon family. Lu Ming naturally noticed the people of the Golden Dragon family, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. He walked forward quickly. Soon, a huge building complex appeared in front of Lu Ming. At this moment, in the main hall of the Golden Dragon family, the experts of the fire centipede race were gathered together. A red-haired young man sat at the top. This person was the most talented and the strongest in this batch of fire centipede race. He was the top genius of the fire centipede race. Now, all of our cultivation has been restored to the peak, and my celestial glutton body has also broken through. The red-haired young man's words caused an uproar. What? Your celestial glutton body has broken through? Many of the fire centipede race's geniuses exclaimed in disbelief. They knew that the red-haired young man's celestial glutton body had reached an important bottleneck. If he broke through again, he would enter a new realm and his combat strength would skyrocket. The red-haired young man's combat strength was already extremely amazing. Now, how strong could he be? That's right. The resources on the dragon family's mother planet are too good. It's better than the cultivation holy land of our fire centipede race. My celestial glutton body has broken through. Now, follow me to the black dragon family. I'd like to see who dares to kill the geniuses of my fire centipede race. The red-haired young man's eyes were cold. More than a month ago, they had sent 10 third-level divine lords to the black dragon family. They did not expect that they would not return. Most likely, they had met with misfortune. During this period, they had not killed their way to the black dragon family for revenge. Firstly, many of them had not recovered to the peak. Secondly, the red-haired young man's celestial glutton body was at the critical point of breaking through. To be able to kill 10 third-level divine lords of the fire centipede race's geniuses, the other party was not weak. Alright, let's kill our way to the black dragon family. I'd like to see which force is so bold to go against our fire centipede race. Someone said coldly. They thought that some force had occupied the black dragon family. Crawling insects of the fire centipede race, get out here. It was at this moment that a deafening roar sounded from outside, piercing through metal and shattering stone. The main hall suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at each other for a while. Many of the fire centipede race's geniuses revealed murderous intent. Which bastard is shouting outside? Courting death. Kill our way out. The geniuses of the fire centipede race shouted angrily. Follow me outside to take a look. The red-haired young man said and strode forward. The others followed behind him and headed outside. Chapter 3607. When the prodigies of the fire centipede race walked out of the hall, they saw a young man standing above the golden dragon family with his hands behind his back. This person was naturally Lu Ming. Alone? The prodigies of the fire centipede race were slightly stunned when they saw that Lu Ming was alone. How dare he come here alone? He really didn't know what was good for him. Lu Ming looked at the prodigies of the fire centipede race with a calm expression and said, "Now, I'll give you a chance. Get lost immediately and leave this place. You can avoid death." Ha ha ha. Lu Ming's words made the prodigies of the fire centipede race so angry that they laughed. Giving them a chance to get lost would save them from death? Could this person be an idiot? Kid, who are you? The red-haired young man was more composed. He stared at Lu Ming carefully and asked in a deep voice. Don't you know who I am? You've been sending people to kill me previously. Have you forgotten so quickly? Lu Ming said coldly. You're from the Black Dragon family? The red-haired young man narrowed his eyes. They were about to kill their way to the Black Dragon family, but they didn't expect that the other party would come first. That's right. Lu Ming replied. This made the prodigies of the fire centipede race look very cold. Cold killing intent was emitted without concealing it. Kid, don't hide anymore. Call your companions out. You can't fool us if you want to hide in the dark and ambush us. A prodigy of the fire centipede race said coldly. Companions? Lu Ming smiled casually and said, Don't guess blindly. I don't have any companions. It's just me alone. The one who killed your fire centipede race was also me. I'll give you a chance. Get lost immediately. You're alone. Haha. The prodigies of the fire centipede race sneered, not believing him at all. No matter how they looked at it, Lu Ming was only a first-level divine lord. A first-level divine lord could kill a third-level divine lord? Moreover, there were 10 of them at once. How was that possible? Did they think that the prodigies of the fire centipede race were all trash? Stand there and let him kill him? Therefore, they didn't believe Lu Ming's words at all. They thought that Lu Ming was up to something and wanted to numb them so that others could launch a sneak attack. You guys protect me. I'm going to kill this brat and force the others out. One of the fire centipede race's sky pride spoke. Then, he stepped out and pressed towards Lu Ming. The other members of the fire centipede clan spread out their spiritual senses and shrouded the void. There were even people who flashed and surrounded the nearby area to prevent the hidden people from launching a sneak attack. Seeing the fire centipede race being so cautious, Lu Ming was speechless. He was alone, all right? What's the point of doing so much? Why are there so many scenes? He looked indifferently at the prodigies of the fire centipede race who were closing in on him. Brat, stop acting all mysterious. Now that the surroundings have been sealed, your people can't save you. Die. The prodigy of the fire centipede race revealed a ferocious look. His entire body was covered in fiery red flames. His palm was like a heavenly blade as he slashed towards Lu Ming. The power was very strong, reaching third-level divine lord. Moreover, he was a prodigy of the powerful fire centipede race. With this palm, not to mention a first-level divine lord, even a second-level divine lord would be killed. The difference between each level of the divine lord realm was no joke. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He didn't panic at all as he greeted the attack with a punch. The moment he punched out, Lu Ming had already activated the battle symbol formula to increase his battle strength by 5 times. At the same time, he activated the power of a drop of primordial divine blood. A layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his fist. This guy is from the dragon human race, not an outsider. The eyes of many of the fire centipede race flashed. They were very surprised. They originally thought that Lu Ming was the same as them, an outsider race with many experts. They didn't expect that Lu Ming was actually a native of the dragon race's mother planet. He was a dragon human like the people of the Golden Dragon family. A first-level divine lord realm cultivation, and you dare to take my attack head-on? You're courting death. The youth from the fire centipede race who attacked sneered. His expression was ferocious as if he had already seen the outcome of Lu Ming being split in half by his blade. Boom! The next moment, Lu Ming's fist and the other party's palm collided. A violent explosion erupted. Then, there was the sound of bones breaking. The scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. A shrill scream sounded. The prodigy of the fire centipede race retreated wildly. One of his palms had already exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. He retreated a few thousand meters. His entire body was covered in cold sweat as he looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. In a head-on collision, his palm was actually shattered by Lu Ming's punch. Although he had transformed into human form, his defensive power was still astonishing. He didn't expect such an outcome. The other members of the fire centipede race were also stunned. They were somewhat in disbelief. A first-level divine lord realm person was so strong. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He stepped on the void and the wind-extinguishing boots appeared. They merged with his feet, making his speed extremely fast. He took a step forward and charged towards the other party. His palm grasped the void and the tyrant god's spear appeared. Buzz! Lu Ming swung with all his might. A violent force surged into the tyrant god's spear and then smashed towards the other party. The sky shook. The force was terrifying. Not good. The prodigy of the fire centipede race was shocked. He retreated wildly. In the process of retreating, his body changed rapidly. He turned into a huge fire centipede. The legs around him turned into battle blades that flew out continuously. Clang, clang, clang. Hundreds of battle blades flew out, wanting to block Lu Ming's attack. However, under the pressure of Lu Ming's spear, the battle blades kept exploding. In the end, the tyrant god's spear bombarded the head of the fire centipede. The upper half of the fire centipede exploded and it died on the spot. It was almost an instant kill in one move. The scene fell into silence. All the members of the fire centipede race were looking at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming's combat strength had really exceeded everyone's expectations. It shocked them. Not far away from the Golden Dragon family, many of them were watching from afar. Although they were some distance away, they still saw what had just happened clearly. At this moment, they were also dumbfounded. Dragonians, it's Dragonians. He's from the dragon race's mother planet. He's one of us. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect our dragon race's mother planet to have given birth to such a strong existence. He killed the fire centipede race in one move. This is great. Too powerful. Legend has it that the divine dragon race on our dragon race's mother planet is a great existence in the entire world. What's the big deal about having some peerless experts? The members of the Golden Dragon family were ecstatic. They desperately hoped that Lu Ming could kill the fire centipede race and save them from this disaster. This kid is evil. Let's attack together. That's right. Let's attack together and destroy him. Many prodigies of the fire centipede race spoke. Their auras constantly erupted and gathered together to suppress Lu Ming. Chapter 3608. Now, the fire centipede race's prodigies no longer dared to underestimate Lu Ming. One move killed a third-level Divine Lord prodigy. This kind of combat strength was simply inconceivable. Now, they believed that Lu Ming really came alone. The 10 prodigies who went to the Black Dragon family previously might really have been killed by Lu Ming. If you don't scram now, then you won't have the chance anymore. Lu Ming said coldly, killing intent erupting. He had already given them a chance. Since they did not cherish it, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Boom! Lu Ming was very decisive and directly attacked. The Overlord God's spear trembled, stimulating the power to sever shackles. Over 100 spear lights erupted, killing towards all the fire centipede race's prodigies. Erupting over 100 spear lights at once, the power was scattered. It was naturally impossible to kill them. However, he did not need to kill them. He just needed to block these fire centipede race's prodigies. As for Lu Ming, he held the Overlord God's spear and charged towards 2 of the fire centipede race's prodigies. Not good. Seeing Lu Ming charge over, the 2 fire centipede race's prodigies' expressions changed drastically. They both reverted to their true forms and released resplendent saber lights, slashing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's strength was astonishing. He brandished the Overlord God's spear, breaking apart the saber lights. The spear pierced through the void, killing one of the fire centipede in the air. Save me! The other fire centipede was shocked and frantically retreated. Kid, you dare? Kill! Several fire centipede race's prodigies shouted and charged towards Lu Ming. The terrifying saber lights seemed to be able to destroy everything. Someone who severed their shackles? Lu Ming muttered. These fire centipede race's prodigies had astonishing strength. Their source secret technique had actually severed their shackles. It was rare for Lu Ming to encounter such a prodigy. However, this was also normal. The powerful races ranked on the primordial 10,000 races all had great talent. It was normal for them to sever their shackles at the 3rd-level Divine Lord realm. Although these few people's combat strength was similarly 3rd-level Divine Lord, they were a magnitude stronger than the other fire centipede race's prodigies. The other fire centipede race's prodigies were blocked by the spear light that Lu Ming blasted out. But after they erupted with their full strength, they broke through Lu Ming's spear light all at once, charging in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only turn around and fight these people. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming shook his spear. The spear light soared into the sky and collided with the saber light. A violent roar resounded, and the spear light and the blade light both disappeared. Kill! Kill! The top prodigies of the fire centipede race shouted. Their huge bodies were like terrifying battle sabers. They became one with their sabers and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. These few people were indeed very strong. They had divine power of origin factors and had also undergone 5 awakenings. In addition, their physical talents were strong, they had severed their shackles, and they were 3rd-level divine lords. Their strength was extremely terrifying. They were far from what the people of the Sacred Fire Saber sect could compare to. Although they were at the same level, their combat strength was worlds apart. Lu Ming had to be cautious. Boom! Lu Ming erupted with his full strength. He already had 3 types of divine power that had undergone 5 awakenings. He had also pushed them to the limit. At the same time, Lu Ming had the Bell of Evil, the Gate of Domination, and the Shield of Tianxian on his body. In an instant, 7 or 8 types of secret techniques of origin appeared. Each of them had severed their shackles. The fire centipede race's prodigies were almost stunned. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. One person had actually mastered so many secret techniques of origin and severed their shackles. What kind of monster was this? Ding! 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 The Bell of Evil let out a crisp sound that shook the souls of the fire centipede race's prodigies. Although the prodigies of the fire centipede race all had treasures to defend their souls, they were still somewhat affected by the attack of the Bell of Evil. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming controlled the Gate of Domination to suppress one of the top prodigies. Then, the Void-Shattering Sword, Sky Demon Blade, and other secret techniques of origin also blasted towards this person. Although this fire centipede was extremely powerful, it was forced to retreat after being attacked by so many secret techniques of origin. Wounds appeared on its hard carapace and blood flowed out. Kill! Finally, Lu Ming launched a fatal blow with the Overlord God's spear in his hand. Poof! The Overlord God's spear pierced the person's eye socket. Violent energy surged in and then exploded. The fire centipede let out an unwilling roar as its soul was destroyed. A top prodigy of the fire centipede race had been killed by Lu Ming. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Just now, Lu Ming had activated the Bell of Evil and stunned all the prodigies of the fire centipede race. Lu Ming took advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack. It was too late for the others to help. By the time they launched their attacks, Lu Ming had already killed his opponent. His figure flashed and he dodged the attacks of the fire centipede race. Damn it, this kid is an ancient cultivator and he can also attack souls. Be careful of his soul attacks. We will attack from the front. You guys attack from the side. Kill him. The fire centipede race roared. The strongest prodigies launched a storm of attacks on Lu Ming. The ordinary prodigies launched attacks from all directions. Countless saber lights slashed towards Lu Ming. They wanted to drown Lu Ming in the endless saber lights and chop him into minced meat. Lu Ming's figure flashed continuously. He dodged these attacks and seized the opportunity to counterattack. However, at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from the side toward Lu Ming. Swoosh! From the side, a fiery red saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. It was a fiery red fire centipede. It was one with the saber and its entire body turned into a saber. It was extremely terrifying. This fire centipede's attack was a great threat to Lu Ming. It was more powerful than the strongest prodigies of the fire centipede race. I didn't expect the fire centipede race to have such a person. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was obviously a terrifying prodigy of the fire centipede race. He had not attacked before because he was waiting for an opportunity. Once the opportunity came, he attacked directly. He attacked Lu Ming from the side. It was very insidious. With such strength, to launch an ambush, an ordinary person would have been killed by the other party. However, Lu Ming's strength was not limited to this. With a thought, the heavenly dark shield blocked his side. At the same time, the 7 drops of primordial divine blood in Lu Ming's heart were all activated. Roar! At this moment, there seemed to be a violent dragon roar coming from Lu Ming's body. It was as if the primordial divine dragon had awakened. In an instant, Lu Ming's body was filled with violent power. Clang! The opponent's attack bombarded the heavenly dark shield. The heavenly dark shield vibrated non-stop. A crack even appeared on it and it was directly sent flying. From this, it could be seen how powerful the opponent's attack was. The attacker was the red-haired youth from the fire centipede race. After breaking the heavenly dark shield with one attack, the red-haired youth did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. However, what greeted him was the Overlord God's spear. Boom! Lu Ming waved the Overlord God's spear and collided with the saber formed by the red-haired youth. The area was filled with violent force, forming a layer of impact that swept in all directions. Chapter 3609. The energy surged wildly, and the incoming saber lights were scattered by the impact of the shockwave. In the next moment, a huge body retreated. It was the red-haired youth. The red-haired youth's eyes were filled with disbelief. He felt excruciating pain all over his body and he almost exploded. How could this be? He couldn't believe it. His own strength was extremely strong. His origin divine power had awakened 5 times, and his origin secret technique had severed the shackles. Not only that, his celestial Ho body had just broken through, and his strength was a notch stronger than the other powerful fire centipedes. He had launched a sneak attack. Not only had Lu Ming blocked his full-force attack, but he had also been sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. His body had almost exploded. The power contained in Lu Ming's earlier attack had left him in shock and fear. He never would have dreamed that a first-level Divine Lord person could actually contain such horrifying power. Run! A word flashed through the red-haired youth's mind. Run! He had never thought that he would have such a thought when facing a Divine Lord first-level person. But now, he really wanted to run. But Lu Ming wouldn't give him such a chance. Kill! Lu Ming roared. He felt like he was filled with endless power. He held the Tyrant God's spear in one hand and the Gate of Dominion in the other as he charged at the red-haired youth. The primordial divine blood erupted. The power of Lu Ming's divine body was indeed astonishingly powerful. But his other origin secret techniques hadn't been enhanced. Only when Lu Ming held them in his hands could they be enhanced and explode with shocking power. Boom! The Gate of Dominion and the Tyrant God's spear became huge and completely enveloped the red-haired youth. The red-haired youth couldn't dodge and could only take it head-on. Attack together, and kill this person. The red-haired youth roared and exploded with all his strength. His divine power burned as he went all out. His body seemed to have transformed into a flaming saber, slashing the heavens and charging toward Lu Ming. The other fire centipedes also charged at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming used the Gate of Sovereigns to exchange a blow with the red-haired youth. Lu Ming grabbed the Sovereign's Gate and waved it around. Its power was shocking, and it sent the red-haired youth flying. Then, the Tyrant God's spear in his right hand swept out with a force that could sweep away 1,000 armies. Bang! Another top prodigy of the fire centipede race was struck by Lu Ming and exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming went all out. 7 drops of primordial divine blood and various kinds of divine power erupted. His battle prowess had reached an unimaginable level. Even the top prodigies of the fire centipede race found it hard to resist. One of them was killed instantly. Not only that, but 5 or 6 ordinary fire centipede race prodigies were also killed by the remaining power. Evildoer, retreat, retreat. This time, the fire centipede race's heaven's prides were truly afraid. They sucked in a breath of cold air and frantically retreated, no longer daring to fight Lu Ming. In their eyes, Lu Ming was simply a demon. Kill. As the fire centipede race retreated, Lu Ming focused on killing the red-haired youth. Boom, boom. There were 2 consecutive booms and the red-haired youth screamed. A section of his body had exploded and flesh and blood flew everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Although he had avoided being hit in the vital parts, the red-haired youth was still severely injured. It had to be said that the red-haired youth was really strong. In a battle of the same level, among all the prodigies that Lu Ming had encountered, he was second only to Di Jianyi and Murong Qiu Shui. After a few consecutive moves, he still couldn't kill the red-haired youth. However, the red-haired youth was almost scared to death. Where did this freak come from? How could there be such a powerful freak on the dragon race's mother planet? At this moment, he finally understood how powerful the dragon race was. Back then, the dragon race was ranked in the top 5 of the primitive 10,000 races board. It was far from what the fire centipede race could compare to. Although such a race was extinct, it was possible that some terrifying prodigies were born from their bloodline. At this moment, he regretted coming here for the first time. He shouldn't have come to the dragon race's mother planet. Let's attack together, let's attack together. The red-haired youth wasn't willing to be killed just like that. He roared wildly, wanting to call the other fire centipede race members to attack. That way, he might be able to find a chance to survive. However, those fire centipede race members were already scared and didn't dare to attack. Not only did they not approach, they retreated even further. No one can save you. Kill. Lu Ming coldly shouted and launched a storm of attacks. You can't kill me. I'm the fire centipede race's peerless prodigy. My grandfather is the fire centipede race's great elder. The 10,000 dragon seals on your dragon race's mother planet will weaken sooner or later. If you kill me, my grandfather won't let you go. My fire centipede race won't let you go. The red-haired youth roared and made a final struggle. However, Lu Ming wasn't moved at all. His attacks were still wild. The tyrant god's spear and the god's gate continued to attack. In the end, with a bang, the red-haired youth couldn't resist anymore. His body exploded in the air and his soul was destroyed. Run! The remaining fire centipede race members roared and frantically fled in all directions. Lu Ming didn't chase after them. There were too many people on the other side. There were nearly 100 of them fleeing in all directions. Even if he wanted to chase after them, he couldn't kill them all. At most, he could only chase after some of them. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to waste his energy. After the battle just now, he believed that the fire centipede race wouldn't dare to stay in this area. They would most likely run far away. His goal this time was the Golden Dragon Ridge. At this moment, the people from the Golden Dragon family surrounding them were all dumbstruck. One by one, they were tongue-tied and stunned. In the end, they looked at each other and saw shock and ecstasy in each other's eyes. The fire centipede race had been defeated and fled. Moreover, Lu Ming was actually a dragon human. They were saved. Strong, too strong. Our dragon human race actually has such an expert. Too strong, really too strong. Our dragon human race finally doesn't have to be afraid of outsiders. Ha ha ha. Many of the Golden Dragon family members were trembling with excitement. Previously, they couldn't resist the outsiders at all. They were all divine lords. They heard that the strongest on the dragon race's mother planet was only a peak divine king. This made them despair. Now, it seemed that there was someone on the dragon race's mother planet who had reached the divine lord realm. With such powerful strength, they could resist the outsiders. How could they not be excited? You're from the Golden Dragon family? Lu Ming stood in the air and glanced at the Golden Dragon family members. Quick, the Lord asked us something. Let's go. Let's go and reply. The Golden Dragon family members hurriedly flew toward Lu Ming with a respectful attitude. In their eyes, Lu Ming was most likely the most powerful person in the dragon human clan. Naturally, they would be respectful to him. Chapter 36:10. There were at least 1,000 members of the Golden Dragon family standing respectfully around Lu Ming. Sir, we are from the Golden Dragon family. Thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, we would have been enslaved by the outsiders for a long time. Thank you for your help, sir. The members of the Golden Dragon family bowed respectfully. It's nothing. I heard that the Golden Dragon family has a relic called the Golden Dragon Ridge. Can you take me there? Lu Ming went straight to the point and stated his intention. Of course. An old man stepped out from the Golden Dragon family and agreed without hesitation. Although the Golden Dragon Ridge was a relic left behind by the Golden Dragon family patriarch, it contained great opportunities and many divine herbs. However, it had been occupied by the fire centipede race and they had obtained many divine herbs. Moreover, they believed that Lu Ming was from the Dragonborn race and his strength was amazing. So many experts from the fire centipede race were defeated by Lu Ming. Now that Lu Ming wanted to enter the Golden Dragon Ridge, how could they dare to refuse? How do I enter the Golden Dragon Ridge? What do I need? Lu Ming asked. You can enter directly. There are no restrictions. The old man from the Golden Dragon family said. Lu Ming was surprised. He had thought that the Golden Dragon Ridge, like the Black Dragon Valley, would require something like the Black Dragon token to open the restriction before one could enter. It seemed that not all the relics on the Dragon Clan's mother planet required a token to enter. Not all ruins had prohibitions or something like that. After asking, Lu Ming found out the location of the Golden Dragon Ridge. It was deep in the mountains of the Golden Dragon family. By the way, I need the help of the Golden Dragon family. Lu Ming said. He then took out the portraits of Autumn Moon and Xian Yanqing and asked the Golden Dragon family to help him find them. The Golden Dragon family naturally nodded and bowed. Then, Lu Ming went deep into the Golden Dragon family. There was a small mountain in the depths of a large building. Is this the Golden Dragon Ridge? It's so small. Is it the space folding technology? Lu Ming muttered curiously. Then he took a step forward and walked forward. The difference of a single step was so close yet worlds apart. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. The small mountain ridge in front of Lu Ming rapidly expanded, turning into a boundless mountain ridge. It looked vast and majestic. The extremely dense divine qi drifted in the air. Just by taking a breath, one would feel refreshed. It is indeed the space folding technique. It looks small on the outside, but it contains a large amount of space. The density of the divine qi is no less than that of the Black Dragon Valley. Lu Ming thought for a while and then revealed a look of joy. In the Black Dragon Valley, there were large amounts of divine herbs. Furthermore, he had found the Life Genesis grass and the Dragon Blood Stone. What could be here? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Lu Ming didn't stop and started to search this area. Unfortunately, although the divine qi here was extremely dense, he didn't find anything. He didn't see any traces of divine medicine. Lu Ming knew that this was the periphery of the Golden Dragon Ridge. It was likely that the fire centipede race had plundered everything. It would be strange if they could find any divine medicine. The fire centipede race has been here for so many days. I wonder what they have found. Let me see. Lu Ming's heart stirred and a few storage rings appeared in his hands. These storage rings were obtained from the fire centipede race's sky prides that he had killed. The storage ring of the strongest red-haired young man was also in his hands. However, Lu Ming was soon disappointed. In the storage rings, apart from some ordinary divine crystals, divine qi, materials for refining equipment, and elixirs, he didn't see any outstanding divine medicine, let alone treasures like the Life Genesis grass. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. The fire centipede race must have refined these treasures. With more than 100 fire centipede race occupying this place, there might not be enough treasures to go around. I'd better look for them myself. There are probably more treasures in the depths of the Golden Dragon Ridge. Lu Ming smiled and headed towards the depths of the Golden Dragon Ridge. The Golden Dragon Ridge was similar to the Black Dragon Valley in that there were many dragon beasts. However, the dragon beasts outside the Golden Dragon Ridge weren't very strong and were easily killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming increased his speed and headed deeper. It was very similar to the Black Dragon Valley. The deeper he went, the stronger the dragon beasts were. Furthermore, Lu Ming was suppressed by a powerful pressure, making it difficult for him to unleash his full strength. Very soon, Lu Ming crossed the 7th mountain ridge and entered the 8th mountain ridge. Roar! The roars of desolate beasts were like thunder. A powerful desolate beast that was 10 meters tall and dozens of meters long pounced at Lu Ming like a fierce tiger. Strong gales surged and energy surged. It was extremely powerful. This was a 3rd-level Divine Lord Desolate Beast. Lu Ming activated the battle character art to increase his battle strength by 5 times. He circulated his divine power at full strength and held the Tyrant God's spear in his hand. He activated all the power within the Tyrant God's spear and stabbed out. Whoosh! This spear's power was extremely strong. Currently, Lu Ming already had 3 kinds of divine powers awakened 5 times. Erupting at full power, 11 kinds of divine powers twisted into one, the power becoming stronger and stronger. The spear light swept through like a hot knife through butter, directly killing this dragon beast. Even under the situation of being suppressed, ordinary 3rd-level Divine Lord Desolate Beasts were also not Lu Ming's match. After killing this dragon beast, Lu Ming continued forward. Following that, he killed a 3rd-level Divine Lord Desolate Beast. Lu Ming finally had a discovery. He discovered 2 stalks of divine medicines with extremely thick life force. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. It seemed like this place already reached the limits of the Fire Centipede clan's exploration. Made sense, this was the 8th mountain ridge. The dragon beasts that lived on it were virtually all 3rd-level divine lords. Actually, on the 7th mountain ridge, there were already many 3rd-level divine lord desolate beasts. Although the Fire Centipede clan's numbers were large, they were greatly suppressed here. Wanting to kill the coarse skin and thick flesh of the dragon beasts was not that easy. Furthermore, many of the Fire Centipede clan's people had just recovered to 3rd-level Divine Lord cultivation not long ago. Therefore, they did not explore too far. At most, they only stepped foot onto the 8th mountain ridge. Therefore, Lu Ming's harvest started. Following Lu Ming's exploration, stocks of divine medicines were discovered by Lu Ming and entered into Lu Ming's storage ring. Not long after, Lu Ming obtained more than a dozen stocks of divine medicines. But unfortunately, treasures like the life source grass and dragon bloodstone, Lu Ming did not see any. Lu Ming was unresigned and continued searching. The Golden Dragon Ridge was seriously too big. Just one mountain ridge, the range was very vast. Searching for a while, he found some divine medicines again. Roar! At this time, another roar sounded out. An enormous dragon beast rushed toward Lu Ming. This dragon beast was covered all over in dragon scales, but it had a pair of wings. When the wings spread out, it was several hundred meters long. With a roar, its aura pierced through the sky. 4th-level Divine Lord. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This dragon beast's cultivation reached 4th-level Divine Lord. It was incomparably powerful. If it were outside, 4th-level Divine Lords were also not Lu Ming's match, and could be killed at will. But in this place, Lu Ming was greatly suppressed and found it hard to unleash all of his strength. Chapter 36:11. Swoosh! The flying dragon beast flapped its wings, triggering a series of wind blades. Like blades, they enveloped Lu Ming, the power extremely astonishing. Lu Ming's mind stirred, the wind-extinguishing boots appeared, making his speed increase explosively. His figure moved, akin to a series of phantoms, avoiding the assault of the wind blades. Closing in on the flying dragon beast, a spear pierced toward the flying dragon beast's head. But the flying dragon beast reacted very quickly. Flapping its wings, it swept the Overlord God's spear like a divine blade. Bang! An intense rumble, force overflowed. The Overlord God's spear trembled endlessly. Lu Ming's figure drifted backward. What powerful strength, 1 level higher Divine Lord realm cultivation, the difference in strength is indeed heaven and earth. Looks like I have to go all out. Lu Ming's thoughts revolved rapidly. The 7 drops of primeval divine blood in his body erupted with a loud bang. In an instant, Lu Ming was filled with explosive power. In the past, Lu Ming was just a drop of primeval divine blood. When it was stimulated, it already made his strength increase explosively, let alone now that he possessed 7 drops of primeval divine blood. The powerful strength made Lu Ming roar as if he was going to break out of his body. Kill! Lu Ming gave a long howl, the Overlord God's spear sweeping out once more, colliding with the flying dragon beast. This time, one of the flying dragon beast's wings directly exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. When Lu Ming stimulated 7 drops of primeval divine blood, his power already crushed the flying dragon beast. The flying dragon beast retreated explosively. Lu Ming followed, spear shadows like a dragon, sweeping out continuously. After several consecutive spears, the flying dragon beast suffered heavy injuries. Then, it had its head pierced by Lu Ming's spear, killing it on the spot. If outside, under the situation where I'm not suppressed, I can kill ordinary 5th-level divine lords. Lu Ming summarized his combat strength. In the Divine Lord realm, to be able to kill a 5th-level divine lord with a 1st-level divine lord, this kind of combat strength was simply unheard of. Of course, this was referring to ordinary divine lords, not including the various races Heaven's chosen characters. For example, almost all those who entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet this time were prodigies. There were even more terrifying characters in those powerful races. For example, there was the red-haired youth in the Fire Centipede race. Faced with such a prodigy, Lu Ming naturally couldn't fight across so many levels. After killing the flying draconic beast, all the draconic beasts in the nearby area were swept clean. Lu Ming began to search with peace of mind. That is, not long after, Lu Ming made a discovery. A huge metal rod was inserted into the ground. It was dozens of meters long. Dragon horn. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that it was a dragon horn that was constantly emitting dragon might. What was special was that this dragon horn was made of metal. Its tail was smooth as if it had been chopped off from the divine dragon's head. Golden Dragon Ridge? Could it be the horn of a metal dragon? Lu Ming muttered. The divine dragon clan was divided into many branches, and there were all kinds of divine dragons. For example, black dragon, white dragon, silver dragon, golden dragon, blood dragon, demonic dragon, water dragon, wind dragon, fire dragon, metal dragon, etc. Among them, the metal dragon could be classified as a type of metallic life form. Its entire body was made of metal, similar to Chocho. This dragon horn was completely made of metal, and it was very likely to be the dragon horn of a metal dragon. Moreover, after so many years, it still contained a strong dragon might. The owner of this dragon horn was no small matter. This dragon horn is mine. On Lu Ming's wrist, Chocho had long been restless. At this moment, it rushed out and turned into a huge metal ball. Like a liquid, it wrapped around the metal dragon horn. This guy. Lu Ming smiled, but he was looking forward to it. Chocho's physique was very special. He didn't know what he would gain after refining this dragon horn. During this period of time, under Lu Ming's observation of the divine artifact supply, his progress was very fast. Now, he had reached the 2nd-level Divine Lord realm. However, when they entered the dragon race's mother planet, Chocho had also suffered heavy injuries along with Lu Ming. It had only recovered during this period of time. When it was a heavenly god and divine king, Chocho's strength was not bad. It could fight across realms and was equivalent to the geniuses of other races. But at the Divine Lord realm, Chocho was already somewhat unable to keep up. In the primordial god spirit world, Chocho had swallowed a broken sword. If it transformed into that broken sword, its combat power would be very strong and it would be able to fight against a 3rd-level Divine Lord. Even so, it would not be of much help to Lu Ming. However, with this dragon horn, Lu Ming was still looking forward to it. Chocho wrapped around the dragon horn like a pool of liquid, constantly wriggling. As Chocho wriggled, its body slowly shrank. Of course, that dragon horn also shrank. In the end, Chocho returned to its normal size. That dragon horn naturally entered Qiuqiu's stomach. Lu Ming, I'm full. I want to refine it. Qiuqiu mumbled a few times, turned into a bracelet once more, and wore it on Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming smiled. Although he did not have any great gains on this trip yet, Qiuqiu obtaining a dragon horn was also considered not a wasted trip. Lu Ming's figure flashed, continuing to search. Finishing searching this area, Lu Ming obtained some divine medicines again. Then, he continued heading towards the depths of the Golden Dragon Ridge. Continuing forward, he would definitely have to face the challenge of dragon beasts. The following 2 days, Lu Ming explored the Golden Dragon Ridge, fighting with dragon beasts. 2 days' time, a total of 8 4th-level Divine Lord Dragon beasts died at his hands. Of course, if he ran into 5th-level Divine Lord Dragon beasts, Lu Ming would run away. In this place, Lu Ming was greatly suppressed. Encountering 5th-level Divine Lord Dragon beasts, he was definitely not a match. These 2 days, Lu Ming also had considerable gains. Especially among them, there were 3 heavenly source fruits that made Lu Ming beam from ear to ear. Heavenly source fruits were the same as life source grass, also a kind of peerless treasure, a priceless treasure. However, the effects of heavenly source fruits and life source grass were different. Life source grass could help cultivate source divine power factors, while heavenly source fruits could help cultivate source secret arts. It was extremely helpful towards severing the shackles of source secret arts. Lu Ming had a smile all over his face. This was a great gain. What made Lu Ming feel regretful was that he did not find dragon bloodstones here. 2 days later, Lu Ming withdrew from the Golden Dragon Ridge. Because if he continued forward, the pressure would become greater and greater, and the dragon beasts would become stronger and stronger. He could casually run into 5th-level Divine Lord Dragon beasts. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it was very hard to continue charging. Lu Ming planned on withdrawing and properly digesting the gains he obtained during this period of time, increasing his strength a little. Withdrawing from the Golden Dragon Ridge and giving instructions to the Golden Dragon family clan's members, Lu Ming returned to the Black Dragon family clan. Thinking about it, he took out the Dream Divine Jade to see what news there was inside. The moment he took a look, he jumped in fright. The public area already exploded. The reason was because the Fire Centipede race's people released an image. Lu Ming took a look. It was precisely the image of him rushing to the Golden Dragon family clan and killing the Fire Centipede race. The Fire Centipede race's people complained tearfully, saying that the Dragon race's homeworld's natives were too arrogant, calling for the various races outside to join forces to kill Lu Ming. The moment the news came out, many people appeared in the public area, clamoring. Chapter 36:12. Before this, Lu Ming had seen that the public area of the Dream Divine Jade was very quiet. No one was talking. However, when the Fire Centipede race released the video, it immediately caused an uproar. There's actually such a strong local? This person's combat strength is very strong. He can't be underestimated. It seems that we've underestimated the local. We have to be careful in the future. A local dares to be arrogant. I suggest that the people nearby join forces to kill this person. That's right. I also suggest that the Fire Centipede race release the specific location. The experts of the surrounding races will go and kill this person. This will completely disappoint the local. The public area was in an uproar. Most people said that they wanted to join forces to kill Lu Ming. They would not allow a local to be so arrogant and powerful. They wanted to strangle him in the cradle. He. Lu Ming almost cursed when he saw this. Wasn't he just pretending to be a local? It actually attracted so many people to suppress him. Then, the Fire Centipede race released the specific location in the public area. Then, a group of people began to discuss how to kill Lu Ming. Of course, they did not hide anything. They made all kinds of suggestions. They did not expect that Lu Ming would see all of this. In their minds, Lu Ming was a local. It was impossible for him to have a treasure like the Dream Divine Jade. Lu Ming definitely did not know what they said. They did not know that Lu Ming had seen all of this. The winged men did not expose me? Lu Ming muttered to himself. The fire centipede race had released a video. It should have been recorded by a fire centipede race's genius with the dream divine Jade during his battle. Logically speaking, the members of the Winged Men clan should have seen Lu Ming before. As long as the elites of the Winged Men clan saw him, they would definitely be able to recognize Lu Ming and know that he was not a local. However, none of the Winged Men jumped out to say it. They're trying to kill me with a borrowed knife. Lu Ming thought for a moment and sneered. He quickly understood the Winged Men's idea. If he were to reveal that Lu Ming was not a local, but an outsider, he was afraid that many people would not attack Lu Ming. After all, there were countless clans and forces in the outside world. It was normal for these clans and forces to fight and kill each other. Lu Ming had killed a member of the fire centipede race, so why would the others attack Lu Ming and help the fire centipede race? Perhaps there would be many people who would rejoice in his misfortune. But Lu Ming was a local, so things were different. If the natives were so strong, how were they going to suppress the natives and make them work for them? If the other natives knew that there was such a strong person among them, would their morale be boosted and they would rebel against them? That was why they had joined forces to kill Lu Ming. Humph. I, Lu Ming, have nothing to fear. Come, I'll kill whoever comes. Lu Ming sneered, then continued to browse the public area, wanting to get more information. Suddenly, another message caused an uproar. Another clan posted a video. Like the fire centipede race, this video was also an image of a local killing a foreign prodigy. Lu Ming took a look. In the video, a divine dragon with 8 dragon claws on its abdomen was roaring at the sky. It tore apart more than a dozen foreign prodigies in a row, and many of them fled in a sorry state. An 8-clawed divine dragon. That was a pure 8-clawed divine dragon. The public area was in an uproar again. There was actually a pure divine dragon on the dragon race's mother planet, and it was an 8-clawed divine dragon. Although there were still many divine dragons living in various parts of the primitive universe, many powerful forces kept many divine dragons as mounts and enslaved them. Even the Taishu's sacred emperor kept some divine dragons as tools to pull his chariot. However, most of them were 5-clawed divine dragons, 6-clawed divine dragons, and at most 7-clawed divine dragons. As for 8-clawed divine dragons, they were extremely rare. There were very few 8-clawed divine dragons in the primitive universe now. In the divine dragon race, 8-clawed divine dragons were the top prodigies. Any 8-clawed divine dragon had great talent and endless potential. Of course, there was a 9-clawed dragon above the 8-clawed divine dragon. However, a 9-clawed dragon was even rarer. It could even be said to be extremely rare. 9-clawed dragon was almost extinct in the primitive universe now. Even dozens of stellar years ago, during the heyday of the divine dragon race, 9-clawed dragon was extremely rare. Every appearance of a 9-clawed dragon would excite the divine dragon race because it represented talent. A 9-clawed dragon was a peerless prodigy of the dragon race. Its talent and potential were endless. As long as it grew up, it would definitely become an unparalleled expert. The public area was in an uproar. Many people began to talk about this 8-clawed divine dragon again. This reduced the number of people who were targeting Lu Ming. Many people suggested that they join forces to kill this 8-clawed divine dragon. Some even said that they wanted to subdue this 8-clawed divine dragon and make it their mount. The public area was getting more and more lively. Many people came out to talk. Well, after coming to the dragon race's mother planet for a while, most of them had recovered from their injuries. With their injuries healed, they were more confident. They were not like before, afraid of being targeted by others. As the crowd chatted, suddenly, someone played a video that caused an explosion. In the video, a person wearing a flaming armor with divine dragons coiled around the armor held a dragon's sword in his hand. He stepped on the void. There were at least a few hundred 9-clawed dragons floating around him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they fought with a group of outsiders. He was very powerful. Within a few breaths, he had killed more than a dozen outsiders. Another local prodigy of the dragon race's mother planet. Everyone could tell at a glance that this person was from the dragon human race, a native of the dragon race's mother planet. Sure enough, someone said that they had met this person on the dragon spirit continent. He was a local dragon person and was extremely powerful. Divine Dragon Aspect Art. What caught Lu Ming's attention was that the secret technique used by the dragon human aspect art was the Divine Dragon Aspect Art. Those few hundred nine-clawed dragons were the Divine Dragon Aspect Art condensed from the Divine Dragon Aspect Art. It seems that the dragon race's mother planet is not simple. Lu Ming whispered. He was a fake and not a native of the dragon race's mother planet. However, the eight-clawed divine dragon and the young man in the flaming dragon armor were most likely natives. Feng Zhou previously said that the strongest native of the dragon race's mother planet was only a peak divine king. Now, it seemed that was not correct. What Feng Zhou saw was only the surface. The dragon race's mother planet was not simple. However, this was good too. It could take a lot of Lu Ming's firepower. In the public area, there was a lot of discussion about how to kill Lu Ming, the eight-clawed divine dragon, and the others. After watching for a while, Lu Ming kept the illusory heavenly jade. It seems that these people will come to me sooner or later. I have to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. Also, get the people from the Black Dragon family to leave first so that they won't be in trouble. Lu Ming thought. Chapter 36:13. Lu Ming was very powerful. He could defeat more than 100 members of the Fire Centipede clan and kill many experts. However, the Fire Centipede race was only ranked in the top 10,000 on the Wilderness 10,000 races list. There were many races stronger than the Fire Centipede race. Those stronger races might have terrifying heaven's prides. On the dragon race's mother planet, there were heaven-defying treasures like the Genesis grass and the heavenly source fruit. How could those major races not have similar treasures? Those heaven's prides of those major races had powerful bloodline talents. With similar treasures, origin divine force, and origin secret arts, how could they be weak? Some of them might be very terrifying. Lu Ming had to be careful. He couldn't be careless. Immediately, Lu Ming went to Pang Zhou and told him that he had recently discovered many outsiders spying on them. He was afraid that they would be unfavorable to them. He asked Pang Zhou to lead the Black Dragon family members away from the Black Dragon family temporarily. He would guard the Black Dragon family alone. Pang Zhou and the others were shocked. They could only follow Lu Ming's method and let the Black Dragon family members leave temporarily. This way, they could also inquire about some information. Not long after, the Black Dragon family was empty. There was not a single person. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in a courtyard of the Black Dragon family. With a wave of his hand, at least a few hundred divine herbs floated in the air. Old Liang, I'll leave them to you. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the measuring word formula. He planned to let the measuring word formula refine these divine herbs to help him break through to the next realm. Previously, Lu Ming needed to directly absorb the life energy of these divine herbs to heal his injuries. This was more effective. However, after the measuring word formula refined them, they would turn into pure energy, and the life energy inside would be insufficient. Therefore, Lu Ming did not let the measuring word formula refine the divine herbs. But now, Lu Ming planned to use these divine herbs to break through to the next realm. Letting the measuring word formula refine them was the most suitable. Don't worry, these divine herbs are very pure and easy to refine. Leave them to me. The voice of the quantifying character formula rang out, and then a suction force burst out, sucking in the divine medicine and beginning to refine it. As expected, it didn't take long for pure energy to flow into Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated the Cosmos Myriad Daos incantation, and the 11 types of God power and star cores in his body began to absorb the energy and convert it into God power. In his dantian, the 11 stellar cores were shining brightly, and the stellar ring around them was becoming more and more resplendent. In Lu Ming's body, the godly power was also growing stronger and stronger. As he cultivated, he split a portion of his attention to observe his surroundings while waiting. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Soon, 15 days had passed. 15 days later, Lu Ming's heart stirred slightly. He sensed something flickering in the distance. There was someone there. However, they were very far apart. Indeed, two young figures had appeared in the distant space, and they were sizing up Lu Ming from afar. "It's that kid. He seems to be cultivating," one of the young men said. "Should we make a move?" The other young man said. "Don't be anxious. We can see from the image that this kid is very strong." More than 100 fire centipedes were forced to retreat. "We can't underestimate him. Let's wait for the others to arrive first," the young man at the beginning said, and he was more steady. "He only defeated some fire centipedes. How strong can he be?" The young man at the back sneered, as if he was disdainful of the fire centipedes. However, he didn't act rashly and didn't make a move. They retreated a distance and hid in a cloud, watching Lu Ming from afar. However, they didn't know that they had been discovered by Lu Ming. They didn't make a move. "Looks like they're waiting for the others to arrive so that they can attack together." Lu Ming sneered and continued to cultivate. After half a month, Lu Ming's accumulation in his body had reached its limit. The star cores glowed, and the stellar ring shone brightly. His cultivation had reached the peak of first-level Divine Lord. "Begin the breakthrough." Lu Ming muttered and began to break through to the second-level Divine Lord with all his might. Bang! 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 Lu Ming's body trembled incessantly, but outside his body, no aura leaked out at all. He felt very calm. After several consecutive attacks, finally, in his dantian, a second stellar ring suddenly appeared above the 11 star cores. Second-level Divine Lord, breakthrough. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. However, he constantly revolved his divine power and suppressed his aura, so as to prevent it from erupting and alarming those few young men not far away. Finally broke through to the second-level Divine Lord. "Come on, I'll kill as many as come." Lu Ming sneered. Breaking through to the second-level Divine Lord, Lu Ming was brimming with confidence. Divine Lord Realm, the gap between each level was huge. Wanting to break through was also very difficult. One needed to spend endless resources and time. If not for being on the dragon race's mother planet and having several hundred stocks of divine medicine, Lu Ming definitely wouldn't break through so quickly. Of course, after breaking through, the improvement was also very great. Breaking through to the second-level Divine Lord, Lu Ming's combat strength skyrocketed. Now, if he erupted with full power, he could easily one-shot that red-haired youth from the fire centipede race. However, Lu Ming maintained his composure and continued to cultivate. Several hundred stalks of divine medicine, there was still a portion of medicinal strength that had not been refined. It was just nice to continue absorbing and stabilize his cultivation. While at this time, several more young men appeared around Lu Ming. In this area, there were more and more figures. But these people did not act rashly either. 3 days later, more than 30 young men already appeared in this area. All of them were top heaven's prides. They had seen the video of Lu Ming fighting with the fire centipede race before and knew how powerful Lu Ming was. Since they knew and still dared to come, although they had the intention of relying on their numerical advantage, they themselves also had extremely strong combat strength. Almost everyone is here. This kid has been there all along without moving. Furthermore, this area is only him. Could it be that he discovered us long ago? Someone discussed softly. So what if he discovered? Humph, I'll kill him. You guys help me hold the fort. An extremely burly youth shouted coldly. As his eyes opened and closed, they were filled with violent killing intent. After saying that, he took a step forward. A violent aura erupted, causing the void to tremble. At the same time, his body rapidly expanded, becoming 100 meters tall. His figure was extremely burly, as if he was cast from metal. This was his original body, but it was still in human form. It was like an ordinary person that had expanded many times. Giant race. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. In the primitive universe, there was a giant race. Their strength was much stronger than the ordinary human race. They were extremely powerful and were also a race on the primitive 10,000 races list. Brat, native, die for me. The giant race's heaven's pride shouted and blasted a punch towards Lu Ming. The air exploded. The speed was astonishing. The violent fist pressure pressed towards Lu Ming. He's very strong. He's not weaker than that red-haired youth from the fire centipede race. Looks like he's a top heaven's pride of the giant race. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Not only was he not afraid, but he revealed a look of excitement. Chapter 36:14. Kill. Lu Ming roared and soared into the sky. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the battle character art to increase his combat strength by 5 times. At the same time, he activated the power of a drop of primordial divine blood. A layer of dragon scales appeared on his fist. He punched out and his fist collided with the fist of the giant tribe prodigy. Boom! It was like 2 planets colliding. The fist force overflowed and the 2 figures continued to retreat. What a strong force! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. But just now, he had only used his first-level Divine Lord cultivation and did not use his full strength. Kid, you have some strength, but it's not enough. Kill. The giant tribe prodigy roared and clenched his fist. A huge axe appeared in his hand, making his aura even more violent. Boom! The huge axe seemed to split open the sky as it slashed towards Lu Ming. This person's strength was really strong. He was definitely not weaker than the red-haired youth of the fire centipede race. But now, Lu Ming did not put him in his eyes. Kill. Lu Ming roared and his aura erupted. The tyrant god's spear appeared in his hand. At the same time, Lu Ming activated all the primordial divine blood in his body. With all the primordial divine blood activated and the power of the tyrant god's spear, Lu Ming's strength was extremely strong. Boom! The tyrant god's spear and the opponent's axe collided, erupting with a violent explosion. Then, the giant tribe prodigy's body trembled and he retreated, his face pale. That attack just now made his entire body numb. The bones in his arm almost broke and the axe in his hand almost shattered. Lu Ming's strength made him tremble. It was impossible to accurately judge the other party's combat strength from the video. Only when he personally fought did he understand how terrifying Lu Ming was. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming roared and had already launched a storm of attacks. In an instant, the tyrant god's spear had already struck out dozens of times. Spear light enveloped the giant tribe prodigy's body. The giant tribe prodigy roared and waved his axe to block. But after a few moves, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood and cracks appeared on the axe in his hand. This was his origin's secret technique. Save me, come and save me. The genius of the giant tribe roared in fear. Kill. Let's attack together. Loud roars could be heard. There were at least a dozen figures in the surroundings, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Every single one of them exuded a terrifying aura. These people were all top-notch geniuses of various races. They were extremely powerful. Many of them were no weaker than the geniuses of the giant tribe. In fact, some of them were even stronger. Kill. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as the tyrant god's spear continuously blasted out. Bang! Finally, the battle axe in the hands of the giant tribe prodigy exploded. The tyrant god's spear carried with it a terrifying aura as it blasted towards the giant tribe prodigy, making it impossible for him to dodge. No! The genius of the Titan race roared out in fear. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He shouldn't have been impulsive. He shouldn't have charged up alone. He should have attacked together with the others. As the tyrant deity spear descended, the gigantic body of the sky pride of the giant tribe exploded as his body and soul were destroyed. Brat, you're courting death. The other geniuses were furious. In the next moment, more than 10 terrifying attacks were launched. Lu Ming rushed towards Lu Ming. Good timing, Lu Ming roared as the tyrant god's spear vibrated and blasted out more than 10 spears. Boom! 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 Violent explosions rang out. Lu Ming successfully blocked these attacks, although he was forced to retreat. He can't block it. Kill! Kill! More than 10 top-notch geniuses shouted as they unleashed their full strength. All sorts of terrifying attacks were launched towards Lu Ming. With a thought, the wind-extinguishing boots appeared. With the wind-extinguishing boots on his feet, Lu Ming's speed increased explosively. His figure flashed rapidly as he dodged more than half of the attacks. Lu Ming successfully blocked the remaining attacks. Heavenly Evildoer Bell. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Heavenly Evildoer Bell. With a ringing sound, the sound waves that attacked the soul rushed out in all directions. It's a soul attack. The faces of the geniuses changed slightly. Although they all had mysterious soul defensive treasures, under the attack of the Heavenly Evildoer Bell, their divine power still couldn't circulate smoothly. This was Lu Ming's opportunity. He set his sights on a giant snake and charged towards it. This giant snake was the glacier python tribe that Lu Ming had seen before. They were the arch-enemies of the sacred sparrow tribe. This glacier python was very strong and was no weaker than the giant tribe's genius. However, when it saw Lu Ming coming over, it quickly retreated. However, it was too late. How could its speed compare to Lu Ming's? Sovereign's Gate, Void-Shattering Sword. Lu Ming waved his hand and 5 types of origin source secret techniques flew out towards the glacier python. The glacier python was shocked. Its huge body twisted to block these attacks. Boom! Boom! Although the attacks were blocked, Lu Ming's thunderous attack had already been launched. Poof! The tyrant god's spear stabbed into the glacier python's head. Ah! The glacier python screamed in agony and then stopped moving. Its body fell to the ground and was no longer breathing. Everyone else's expression changed. Lu Ming was still able to kill one of them despite being besieged by so many people. His combat strength was terrifying. Why aren't you guys attacking? Attack him together. He can't last long after using so many origin source secret techniques. Someone shouted. There were more than a dozen people around them who had not attacked. Some of them disdained to join forces with so many people, while others were observing. At this moment, seeing how powerful Lu Ming was, these people could no longer sit still. All of them charged toward Lu Ming. Today, so many of them had joined forces to kill Lu Ming. If they still could not get rid of Lu Ming, it would be very embarrassing. Dozens of experts attacked from all directions. All kinds of attacks were extremely violent and sealed off the area. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. Finally, you guys are attacking together. Fine. Today, all of you will die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Stepping on the wind-extinguishing boots, he kept flashing like a phantom, dodging the attacks. Don't go. You can't hide. Today, you must die without a doubt. Many people roared. Is that so? At this moment, Lu Ming revealed a strange smile. Bang! The next moment, the aura on Lu Ming's body suddenly erupted. Second-level Divine Lord cultivation fully erupted. Previously, Lu Ming had been using first-level Divine Lord cultivation all along. The reason why he did so was to lure everyone to attack together so that he could finish them off in one fell swoop. What? Feeling Lu Ming's aura, the faces of the heavens prides present changed wildly one after another. Not good. He concealed his strength previously. Someone roared, shocked beyond belief, his voice carrying fear. Previously, Lu Ming was already so powerful. But he actually still concealed his strength and did not fully erupt. Now, he fully erupted. How powerful would he be? Ring, ring, ring. The bell of heavenly evil sounded again. The power of the origin source secret technique was also related to severing the shackles. But without a doubt, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the power of the origin source secret technique. Second level Divine Lord cultivation powering the Bell of Heavenly Evil, the power was a notch stronger than before. Chapter 36:15. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more powerful the origin source secret technique would be. Under the activation of Lu Ming's second level Divine Lord cultivation, the wicked bell also erupted with shocking power. Everyone present was the top prodigies of their respective clans. It was normal for them to have soul defense treasures. Moreover, they were very powerful. Previously, when Lu Ming controlled the wicked bell, it had almost no effect on these people. However, now that the wicked bell's power had increased, it more or less affected these prodigies. Many people trembled. Lu Ming needed this opportunity. Kill! Lu Ming roared and became one with his spear. He turned into a bright spear light and attacked one of the prodigies. The prodigy's face was pale. It was too late for him to dodge. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The prodigy was killed. Then, Lu Ming pressed the Overlord's spear in his hand and changed direction, sweeping towards another prodigy. With a bang, this prodigy was also killed. Lu Ming was bathed in blood. After killing 2 people in a row, he charged towards the third. At this moment, the remaining people finally reacted and their faces changed. Especially the prodigy that Lu Ming was charging towards. His face changed drastically and he subconsciously retreated. However, Lu Ming activated his Sovereign's Gate and other origin source secret techniques and charged towards this person, blocking his retreat. Meanwhile, he was stepping on the wind-extinguishing boots and charging with his spear. The Overlord's spear blasted out like a storm. This person only took 3 moves before he was killed by Lu Ming. Kill him! Someone roared. The remaining people attacked with all their might. Dozens of attacks surged towards Lu Ming, sealing off all the space. Lu Ming's figure kept flashing and dodging most of the attacks. However, there were still some attacks that were difficult to avoid. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Overlord's spear kept vibrating, bursting out a bright spear light, blocking these attacks. There was a huge explosion in the sky above the Black Dragon family. In the end, Lu Ming blocked these attacks. At this moment, a terrifying whistling sound came from behind Lu Ming. A saber light slashed towards Lu Ming with shocking power. Lu Ming turned his hand and shot out a spear. Clang! With a violent vibration, the Overlord God's spear buzzed and trembled, and that blade light directly shattered. Lu Ming turned around and attacked, his spear light like a dragon. The one who attacked him just now was a burly young man. This person was very strong. He was one of the strongest among the people who attacked him. His combat strength was even higher than the red-haired young man from the fire centipede race. In an instant, Lu Ming stabbed out more than 10 times. The burly young man's expression changed. Divine power burned all over his body as he unleashed all his strength. He slashed out with his saber and collided with Lu Ming's spear light. This person was indeed very strong. His battle prowess was astonishing. After exchanging more than a dozen moves with Lu Ming, he was forced to retreat and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. However, he managed to withstand the attacks and was not killed. At the same time, the attacks of the others were continuously directed at Lu Ming. With a thought, Lu Ming activated the Gate of Domination and the mysterious Sky Shield. 7 or 8 origin secret techniques blocked around Lu Ming's body. At the same time, a layer of dragon scales appeared on Lu Ming's body. After setting up the defense, Lu Ming ignored the attacks around him and focused on dealing with the burly young man in front of him. Boom! 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 Attacks came from all directions. The first to bear the brunt of the attacks were various origin secret techniques. The sounds of explosions were continuous. The 7 or 8 origin secret techniques were definitely unable to withstand the attacks of these prodigies. They were constantly vibrating and then sent flying. Then, those attacks attacked Lu Ming's body. There were sword light, saber light, spear light, fist prints, flames, and so on. Every attack was incomparably terrifying. However, Lu Ming did not dodge or evade. He attacked the burly young man in front of him with all his strength. Those attacks all landed on Lu Ming's body and instantly drowned Lu Ming. However, the Overlord God's spear in Lu Ming's hand did not stop attacking. It kept blasting at the burly young man. The burly young man finally could not withstand it. His chest was pierced by the Overlord God's spear, and a hole appeared. However, this time, Lu Ming also did not feel good. The various lights disappeared, and several wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. He had stimulated the primordial divine blood and turned it into dragon scales. His defensive power was extremely shocking. Of the dozens of prodigies, only a few were able to break through his defense and leave a wound on his body. However, after being blocked by the dragon scales, the power of those attacks was already very weak. Lu Ming only suffered superficial injuries. It was not a big deal. At this moment, he was covered in blood and looked even more sinister and terrifying. "You lunatic!" The burly young man in front of him roared in horror. His eyes were filled with terror. Lu Ming did not hesitate to get injured to keep staring at him. This kind of person was too terrifying. He wanted to escape, but his chest had been pierced by Lu Ming, and his heart had exploded. He was already heavily injured, and his chi and blood had withered. He could not escape even if he wanted to. "I'll send you on your way," Lu Ming shouted. Holding his spear with both hands, he pressed down like Mount Tai. Boom! A huge spear light attacked the burly young man. That spear was unstoppable. The burly young man roared in horror. He tried to use his remaining strength to block it, but it was all in vain. Under the pressure of the tyrant god's spear, the burly young man's body exploded, his body and soul destroyed. An extremely terrifying prodigy had fallen. The others were shocked, and fear appeared in their eyes. He's already injured. Moreover, he's fought continuously. He must have used up a lot of divine power. Don't retreat, continue attacking. That's right. If we retreat now, I'm afraid we'll become a laughingstock and be ridiculed by others. A few of the young men shouted, their eyes still filled with killing intent. That's right. Continue attacking. He won't be able to last much longer. Kill. The others also roared. Clenching their teeth, they continued to attack Lu Ming, using all their strength. Courting death. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he stared at a purple-skinned young man. This person was one of the people who insisted on killing Lu Ming earlier. Furthermore, his strength was very strong, able to breach Lu Ming's defenses. Lu Ming's footsteps stepped repeatedly, his figure flickering continuously, avoiding a portion of the attacks. Then, man and spear became one, spinning non-stop, breaking through one attack after another, charging toward the purple-skinned young man. The purple-skinned young man's expression changed. A streak of purple sword light burst forth from his hand, sparkling and translucent, slashing toward Lu Ming. With a bang, the sword light dissipated. The purple-skinned young man's figure flashed repeatedly, hiding behind the other young men. The outcome of that burly young man just now, he saw it with his eyes and did not dare to be targeted by Lu Ming. His expression was very grim. He really miscalculated this time. He did not expect that Lu Ming's combat strength was even stronger than imagined. Before coming, he was very confident. Because his combat strength was extremely powerful. Although he was also a third-level Divine Lord, he killed other third-level Divine Lord Heaven's prides as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. But he did not expect that Lu Ming's combat strength was even more terrifying. Facing Lu Ming, he could only retreat. However, Lu Ming clearly would not let him avoid. Lu Ming stepped on the wind-extinguishing boots, his speed extremely astonishing. Furthermore, he ignored the others, staring fixedly at the purple-skinned young man. Chapter 36:16. Lu Ming's speed was even faster than the purple-skinned youth's. He quickly caught up and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Spear light filled the sky, enveloping the purple-skinned youth. He had no way to retreat. Damn it, attack with all your strength. Attack with all your strength. He won't be able to resist. The purple-skinned youth crazily roared. At the same time, he crazily attacked. His purple sword light whistled, slashing towards Lu Ming's spear light. However, he was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. The sword light and spear light collided. The sword light trembled and then directly shattered. The other heavenly geniuses naturally didn't give up on attacking. All sorts of attacks constantly bombarded Lu Ming's body, but Lu Ming didn't care. Only a few people were able to break through his dragon scales. This was also because Lu Ming now had 7 drops of primordial divine blood. After activating them, they were extremely powerful. If it was just 1 drop, they definitely wouldn't be so strong. Lu Ming didn't care about the others' attacks. He only focused on the purple-skinned youth. This caused the purple-skinned youth to panic. He truly panicked. How is this possible? How can this brat's attacks still be so fierce? How can he still maintain his divine power? The purple-skinned youth was horrified. He couldn't understand how Lu Ming's divine power could be so strong. However, no matter how horrified he was, his fate was already sealed. Although he was strong, he was only on the same level as that burly youth from before. Under Lu Ming's barrage of attacks, he was finally killed by a single spear strike. At this moment, the remaining geniuses were filled with shock and fear. In this short period of time, 4 or 5 of their heavenly geniuses had already been killed by Lu Ming. Furthermore, 2 of them were peak heavenly geniuses. Most importantly, they seemed unable to break through Lu Ming's defenses. Even if they did, Lu Ming would only be lightly injured. If this continued, Lu Ming would sooner or later kill them one by one. Let's go, we're leaving first. Right, let the heavenly geniuses of the stronger races kill him. I heard that some people have already broken through and reached the 4th level Divine Lord realm. Let those people kill him. The remaining people didn't dare to continue fighting. They all retreated, turning and flying into the distance. Do you think it's that easy to come and go as you please? Lu Ming harumphed coldly. With a cold look in his eyes, he stepped on the wind-extinguishing boots and turned into a series of shadows, dashing towards the sky prides. Not good. The expressions of those sky prides changed drastically, and there was not a trace of blood in their faces. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar. His spear light stretched for tens of thousands of miles and pressed down on the few sky prides. Ah! Block it! Those heavenly geniuses roared in terror. They used all their strength to block Lu Ming's attack. But their strength was still lacking compared to the purple-skinned youth. They were unable to block Lu Ming's full-powered attack. As the spear light fell, the bodies and souls of the geniuses were destroyed. This made the other geniuses even more terrified. They scattered and ran for their lives. Kill! Lu Ming chased in another direction and killed a few more people. In the end, a total of more than 10 geniuses were left here forever, while the rest escaped. With so many sky prides fleeing, no matter how strong Lu Ming was, there was no way he could keep them all here. Very quickly, the area calmed down. Lu Ming collected the spatial rings of the slain heavenly geniuses and checked them one by one. Regretfully, he was disappointed. He didn't gain anything. Even if these people had obtained divine medicines or treasures like the life genesis grass or heavenly origin fruit, they would have already used them. After all, the current dragon race's mother planet was filled with experts. Refining these treasures to raise their cultivation bases and strength was the best way. The stronger you were, the better you could suppress the crowd and obtain better treasures. It was a virtuous cycle. Lu Ming had originally wanted to see if there were any treasures like the dragon blood stone. But regretfully, he didn't see any. After tidying up, Lu Ming returned to the Black Dragon family. Not long after, the dream space was in an uproar. Someone posted the recording of the battle between the Sky Prides and Lu Ming to the public area of the dream space, causing a commotion. Lu Ming killed many Sky Prides in a row. Such powerful strength was shocking. Some people secretly rejoiced that they didn't participate in the hunt for Lu Ming. As for the majority of the people, they were furious. Especially some races, whose sky prides had died in Lu Ming's hands, were even more furious. A mere aboriginal is so arrogant, courting death. Our strongest sky pride is currently breaking through to the 4th level Divine Lord realm. Once he succeeds, immediately kill him. The divine dragon race has already become a thing of the past. The dragon race's mother planet is our training ground. We can't allow the local aboriginals to rise. Many powerful existences spread the word that they wanted to gather more experts to kill Lu Ming. However, they were soon slapped in the face. Because there were others who went to kill the 8-clawed divine dragon, as well as another young dragon man wearing a flaming dragon armor, they didn't succeed either. Many of them were killed, and the other party broke out of the encirclement. This also caused a commotion. The fantasy space was quiet for a while, and then there was an even greater clamor. Someone spread the word that they must completely suppress and kill the local sky prides of the dragon race. For a time, a storm was brewing. It's really lively. Lu Ming looked at the fantasy space for a while and smiled faintly. Regarding this, he didn't care. As long as he was strong enough, he didn't need to fear these people. However, Lu Ming had to consider another problem. It was him who killed so many races' sky prides. Could it be that he wouldn't leave the dragon race's mother planet in the future? Once he left the dragon race's mother planet and trained in the primitive universe, there would probably be enemies everywhere. There's no other way. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. I'll take it one step at a time. At the critical moment, I can reveal my identity and say that I'm not from the dragon race's mother planet. In this way, I'll only offend a portion of people and not all of them. Lu Ming was thinking. However, unless it was a last resort, Lu Ming wouldn't do this. He now needed the locals of the dragon race's mother planet to help him find the whereabouts of Xianyinxing and Xiaoyu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming circulated the universe myriad Dao technique and began to cultivate. In the surrounding space, a steady stream of divine qi gathered toward Lu Ming and was refined by Lu Ming. Not long after, Lu Ming recovered to his peak state. Then, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Feng Zhou. Not long after, Feng Zhou and the others returned to the Black Dragon family. Unfortunately, there was still no news of Qiu Yu and Xianyinxing. However, they heard some other news. Many of the native Dragonians of the dragon race's mother planet had already broken through to the Divine Lord realm. Some of them even had conflicts with outsiders and were forcefully suppressed. The conflict between the outsiders and the native Dragonians was getting deeper and deeper. Lu Ming thought for a moment and then asked Feng Zhou to open the Black Dragon Valley. He entered the Black Dragon Valley again. With his current strength, he could enter deeper into the Black Dragon Valley. Moreover, Qiu Yu was teleported away from the 6-clawed Black Dragon's base. This was the Black Dragon Valley. Lu Ming had always suspected that Qiu Yu might be in the depths of the Black Dragon Valley. Although Feng Zhou once said that the Black Dragon had left behind many ruins on the dragon race's mother planet, the Black Dragon Valley was not the only one. Chapter 36:17. Very quickly, Lu Ming arrived at the same place he had been last time and continued forward. Not long after, he encountered a 4th-layer Divine Lord Draconic Beast. Lu Ming used his full strength to kill the 4th-layer Divine Lord Draconic Beast and continued his exploration. This exploration lasted for a few days. However, Lu Ming's luck seemed to have run out. Or perhaps, Lu Ming had already dug up all the dragon blood stones in the Black Dragon Valley. In these past few days, Lu Ming hadn't found a single dragon blood stone. However, he had found quite a few divine herbs. Moreover, the deeper he went into the Black Dragon Valley, the denser the divine energy, and the more extraordinary the divine herbs. Lu Ming guessed that there might be divine herbs in the depths of the Black Dragon Valley that would be useful to divine emperors or even higher experts. In addition, Lu Ming had obtained 7 stalks of Genesis grass. This was a great harvest. Lu Ming retreated at this time because the draconic beasts were too strong and he couldn't continue forward. After leaving the Black Dragon Valley and returning to the Black Dragon family, Lu Ming began to refine the Genesis grass. After refining all 7 stalks of Genesis grass, Lu Ming had 2 more divine powers that had undergone their 5th awakening. In this way, Lu Ming had a total of 5 divine powers that had undergone their 5th awakening. His strength had increased by a bit. In addition, Lu Ming had also refined 3 heavenly source fruits. The heavenly source fruit could help people sever the shackles of their origin secret arts. However, all of Lu Ming's origin secret arts had severed 1 shackle. Wanting to sever the 2nd shackle was too difficult, 10 times harder than the first. Lu Ming had originally wanted to sever the tyrant god spear's 2nd shackle, but unfortunately, even after refining 3 heavenly source fruits, he still hadn't succeeded. However, he could feel that he had already taken a huge step forward. He wasn't far from severing the 2nd shackle. If he had a few more heavenly source fruits, he would definitely succeed. Once he severed the tyrant god spear's 2nd shackle, it would release an even more terrifying power. Let's go take a look at the Evil Soul Valley, Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming had learned about the Evil Spirit Valley from Feng Zhou. It was located to the north of the Black Dragon Valley, a long distance away. There was a strange place here called the Evil Soul Valley. It was strange and unpredictable. Before the Dragon Clan's mother planet recovered, this was a forbidden area. After the mother planet of the Dragon Clan had recovered, this place had become even more sinister. The native dragon people did not dare to go there. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, some of the relics and forbidden areas on the dragon race's mother planet might contain great opportunities. Now that Lu Ming had already explored the Golden Dragon Ridge and the Black Dragon Valley, it would be very difficult to go any further unless Lu Ming's battle prowess had another major breakthrough. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had just broken into the Divine Lord realm not too long ago. Even if he had the best cultivation environment, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in a short period of time, unless he had a massive number of divine medicines. Therefore, Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on other relics, holy lands, forbidden areas, and so on. The Evil Soul Valley was the closest to the Black Dragon family, so Lu Ming planned to explore it. The Dreamland was still in an uproar, but it would not be so easy to organize experts to deal with Lu Ming again. Moreover, Lu Ming had warned Feng Zhou and the others that if a powerful enemy came, they should immediately leave the Black Dragon family and scatter to various places. It was more important to protect their lives. After preparing, Lu Ming set off and headed north. Along the way, he did not encounter any outside skyprides. Now, the skyprides from outside were eager to explore the various relics and holy lands to obtain opportunities, so they would not wander around. However, Lu Ming did encounter some native dragon people. Some of these people were controlled by outsiders, who asked them to search for divine medicines and treasures. Some dragon people were unwilling to be controlled by outsiders. Like the people of the Black Dragon family, they scattered to various places to avoid outsiders and search for divine medicines to cultivate. Lu Ming ignored these people and flew north. On the dragon race's mother planet, Lu Ming's flying speed became extremely slow. After flying for 3 days, Lu Ming arrived at his destination, the Evil Soul Valley. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Gusts of cold wind blew, making people shiver. Lu Ming used his divine power to resist. In front of him, there was a huge valley. It was incomparably wide and filled with fog. He could not see the end of it. Lu Ming did not hesitate and directly rushed in. In the Evil Soul Valley, the cold air was even more intense, and the cold wind whistled. Lu Ming used his divine power to protect his body, slowed down, and slowly walked into the Evil Soul Valley. Will a place like this really contain opportunities? Will it give birth to treasures? Lu Ming whispered, expressing some doubts. Soon, Lu Ming traveled a few hundred miles. Roar. Caw. There were roars and cries, and the wind whistled, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming thought it was a dragon beast. With a wave of his hand, divine light flashed and swept out, and several creatures of different forms exploded. There were tiger-shaped creatures, bird-shaped creatures, and some other strange creatures. There were as many as 7 or 8 of them. However, these creatures seemed to be illusory. After being broken by Lu Ming's divine light, they condensed again and let out all kinds of strange cries, pouncing toward Lu Ming again. Spirit bodies. Lu Ming frowned. These creatures were not flesh and blood creatures, but spirit bodies. No wonder the move just now was useless. It was as if he had hit empty air. All kinds of strange cries came from all directions, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Then, all kinds of spirit bodies appeared. These soul bodies were very brutal. There was a murderous aura in their eyes and they were filled with murderous intent. They charged at Lu Ming crazily. The tyrant god's spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and swept out. Bang! 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 These spirit bodies all exploded, but in the next moment, they condensed again. What strong and strange spirit bodies. They can't be killed. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Even if they were spirit bodies, with their attack power, they would be destroyed in one blow. However, these spirit bodies had astonishing vitality and were fine. As expected of the evil Soul Valley, it lives up to its name. There was a terrible war on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Not only did the Divine Dragon Clan suffer heavy casualties, but the other clans that came to attack also suffered heavy losses. I don't know how many experts died in the war. Could these souls have mutated from those experts who died in the war? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. The battle back then was incomparably fierce, and who knows how many experts died in the battle. Moreover, these experts were astonishingly strong. They were not as simple as divine kings or divine lords. Even divine emperors and stronger existences had died in the battle. These existences mutated into evil spirits after death. It was incomparably strange. Is there really an opportunity in this place? Lu Ming seriously doubted and wanted to retreat. Moreover, he did not see any other outsiders occupying this place. He reckoned that he would really have made a wasted trip. However, since he was already here, he was not willing to let Lu Ming retreat like this. Lu Ming was a little unwilling. He planned to continue exploring. Son of the Sun. Lu Ming's heart stirred. His body lit up, and a sun appeared above his head. Chapter 36:18. The sun was extremely young, and it was most effective against evil souls. As expected, the sun emitted a dazzling light. When those evil souls were swept by the light, they let out a sizzling sound and quickly retreated. It's effective. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. As soon as he stepped forward, those evil souls retreated, as if they were afraid of the sun's light. Lu Ming smiled and increased his speed. On the way, more and more evil souls surrounded Lu Ming. These evil souls came in all kinds of shapes and sizes, and they came from different races. Lu Ming carefully identified these races. The majority of them came from the great races of the Great Desolate 10,000 races. In this way, Lu Ming traveled another 10,000 miles. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. This territory seemed to be a barren land. Kid, go to the left. There's something there. Suddenly, Bone Devil spoke. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with anticipation. Could there really be a treasure? Lu Ming immediately went to the left. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a stalk of grass. Evil Soul Valley was barren and deathly silent. But now, he saw a stalk of grass. It was simply a miracle. This stalk of grass was pitch black, and it emitted powerful spiritual strength. This is 10,000 soul grass. It's extremely precious. Even god kings would be envious of it and fight over it. After consuming it, not only will it strengthen your soul and increase your lifespan, but it will also increase the strength of your soul. Bone Devil explained. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Ignoring everything else, just the fact that even god kings would be envious of it was priceless. There weren't many things that were valuable to god kings, and each of them was precious. For example, the divine medicines Lu Ming had obtained before were only useful to divine sovereigns. They weren't useful to god kings. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Golden Dragon Ridge or Black Dragon Valley had divine medicines that were useful to god kings. But Lu Ming couldn't get them right now. Lu Ming strode forward, wanting to pick the 10,000 soul grass. But, suddenly, dozens of evil souls flew out from the ground around the 10,000 spirit grass. They roared and charged at Lu Ming. Even the light of the sun could not stop these evil souls. The top 100 races of the wilderness, 10,000 races. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could tell that these phantoms were from the top 100 tribes of the ancient desolation, 10,000 tribes ranking. These tribes were not to be underestimated. They possessed incredible talents, and the phantoms they turned into after their deaths were extremely powerful as well. The sun did not have much effect on them. However, Lu Ming still had a backup plan. Bell of Evil. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and the wicked bell appeared, making a ringing sound. The bell of heavenly evil was used to affect souls. Since it could attack souls, it could naturally attack these evil souls as well. The sound of the heavenly evil bell spread out, and the evil souls were greatly affected. Their soul bodies began to tremble, and their faces became ferocious. They twisted together and let out ear-piercing screams. Go! Lu Ming waved his hands and the great sun flew out, sprinkling rays of strong yang rays. Those soul bodies emitted sizzling sounds, emitting bursts of black smoke. It was indeed effective. The combination of the wicked bell and the sun finally had a great effect on these evil souls. Lu Ming stepped forward, and the evil souls retreated in fear. Soon, Lu Ming arrived in front of the 10,000 spirit grass. He took out a jade box and put the 10,000 spirit grass into his storage ring. If the old Taishu Saint Emperor knew about this 10,000 spirit grass, he would probably go crazy. Lu Ming muttered. The 10,000 spirit grass was very useful to divine emperors, as it could extend their lifespan. The Taishu Saint Emperor had searched for this treasure for his entire life, but he could not find it. After Lu Ming put it away, he left. The evil souls did not dare to chase after Lu Ming. After obtaining the 10,000 spirit grass, Lu Ming became interested in this area. Although it was deathly still, the treasures it produced were not to be underestimated. Life was a strange thing. Life could be born in any harsh environment. The worse the environment, the more likely it was to produce peerless treasures. Sure enough, in the next half a day, Lu Ming found 2 more divine herbs. These 2 divine herbs contained a large amount of life energy. A deathly still place could produce treasures that contained a large amount of life energy. It was really strange. Moreover, Bone Devil speculated that this divine herb would be very useful to divine emperors, as it could help them break through. But for divine emperors, the energy was too strong and could not be refined. It would cause them to explode. Even so, if they sold it, it would be invaluable. Old Liang, can you refine this divine herb? Lu Ming asked about the measure formula. This divine herb was very useful to divine emperors. If the measure formula could refine it, wouldn't his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds? I can refine it, but it's a divine herb exclusive to divine emperors. Its medicinal strength is too strong. My ability to refine it is closely related to your cultivation level. Given your current cultivation level, I won't be able to refine it as fast as you, said the measure formula. It's fine if it's slow. I'll give you one. Lu Ming took out a divine herb and had the measure formula swallow it. At this moment, the black mist churned, and several figures appeared, surrounding Lu Ming. They're not evil souls. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These few figures were filled with powerful vitality and blood aura. They were not evil souls at all, but living creatures. He hadn't expected that there would be other people in Evil Soul Valley besides him. Wu people. Then, Lu Ming looked around and narrowed his eyes. There were 4 people in total, all wrapped in black robes embroidered with strange patterns. Lu Ming recognized them at first glance. They were the elites of the Wu people. The sorcerer tribe had done a lot of research on souls and specialized in souls. This place might be very attractive to the sorcerer tribe, so it was normal for them to come here. I didn't expect that there would be other people here besides us. What should we do? The Wu people talked for a while and sized up Lu Ming. Kill him, of course. We can't let this kid ruin our plan, said one of the Wu people. Then, the Wu people took out all kinds of treasures, such as wooden fish, small bells, and so on. Let's attack together. This kid also uses a secret art that attacks souls. Be careful. Several members of the Wu tribe glanced at the bell of evil. Ring ring ring. Clang. Then, the 4 Wu people's elites attacked directly. 4 kinds of sounds turned into sound waves that attacked souls and surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming also activated the heavenly evil bell to block the attacks of these people. At the same time, the 4 Wu people's elites waved their hands, and puppets appeared one after another. They screamed and attacked Lu Ming. There were at least dozens of puppets, and they were all very strong. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He waved the Overlord spear and stared at one of the Wu people's elites. The spear light shone brightly and exploded 7 or 8 puppets. The 4 Wu people's elites were shocked. Obviously, Lu Ming's strength was beyond their expectations. Chapter 36:19. Lu Ming stared at a Wu people youth and attacked fiercely. He wiped out a group of puppets in an instant, and his spear stabbed toward that person like a dragon. Boom! The puppets in front of that person exploded. That Wu people youth was only a 3rd-level divine lord, and he was just an ordinary prodigy, not a top one. Lu Ming had already killed a few of such people before entering the dragon race's mother planet. How could this person stop Lu Ming? The spear light completely enveloped the Wu people youth, and his expression changed drastically. He was about to use a scarecrow substitute to dodge the sure kill attack. However, Lu Ming had fought with the Wu people a few times and knew their tricks. With a thought, the gate of domination flew out and released a powerful suction force, sealing the void. Then, the spear light pressed down, and the Wu people youth screamed as his body was torn into pieces. Under the suppression of the gate of domination, that person's scarecrow substitute couldn't be used at all. All of this seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in an instant. In an instant, Lu Ming had already killed a Wu people prodigy. At the same time, the puppets used by the other Wu people were only approaching Lu Ming. Boom! The Overlord God's spear swept out, and the puppets exploded one by one. The remaining 3 Wu people had ugly expressions. In their eyes, Lu Ming was their nemesis. Soul attacks were useless against Lu Ming, and they couldn't even use Scarecrow substitute. Distance yourself. A Wu people youth's hoarse voice rang out as he quickly retreated. The Wu people had strange means and powerful soul power, but their divine bodies weren't strong enough, and they couldn't fight in close combat. If they encountered an ordinary opponent, they could use soul attacks to disturb the opponent and release puppets to kill the opponent directly. However, it was obviously ineffective against Lu Ming. They could only retreat and use other means to attack Lu Ming. The 3 Wu people youths rapidly retreated. Then, with a wave of their hands, rays of gray divine light shot towards Lu Ming. These rays of divine light were filled with corrosive energy and had an incomparably foul stench. Lu Ming waved his hand and several spear lights burst out, destroying the gray energy. He then stepped on the wind-extinguishing boots and quickly approached the 3 Wu people youths. The time has come. Die. At this moment, one of the Wu people shouted and quickly formed a seal. As his hands formed a seal, Lu Ming's body suddenly felt a tearing pain, as if he was being bitten by thousands of insects. Lu Ming took a look and discovered that countless light spots had appeared on the surface of his body. They were densely packed. These light spots were actually worms. Countless tiny bugs, with mouths like 2 knives, kept biting Lu Ming's body, as if they wanted to tear Lu Ming apart. Goo worm. Lu Ming frowned slightly. This should be a type of goo worm. It was very powerful. And it was very strange. Lu Ming actually didn't notice when the other party had planted the goo worm on him. These Wu people are really not easy to deal with. Even if you're stronger than them, you can still be killed by them. But now that you've met me, break. Lu Ming shouted and activated the power of the primordial divine blood. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded. Countless divine dragons seemed to rush out of Lu Ming's body. These were all formed from boundless energy, and their power was boundless. When they charged out, those goo worms exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed goo worms were all smashed to pieces. Puff! The Wu people youth who had planted the goo worms trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Run! With a loud roar, he tried to escape. But how could Lu Ming let them escape? At this moment, he activated the power of the primordial divine blood. His battle strength was extremely strong and he caught up with the three Wu people prodigies like a gust of wind. Boom! The Overlord spear swept out with the Overlord God's Gate. Bang! Bang! After 2 consecutive explosions, 2 of the sorcerer tribe's geniuses exploded and died on the spot. The third Wu people youth didn't explode, but he was severely injured. He flew 100 meters and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. He couldn't move anymore. Of course, Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. Lu Ming purposely left one of them behind because he had something to ask. In a flash, Lu Ming landed beside the young man from the sorcerer tribe and stepped on him. This step was like a mountain pressing down on the Wu people youth, making it difficult for him to move. Kid, how dare you kill the Wu people? You're dead. Do you know how powerful the Wu people are? 120 on the 10,000 races list. The Wu people youth shouted. At the same time, his forehead glowed and a jade talisman appeared. This was the dreamy sacred jade. He wanted to use the dreamy sacred jade to spread the news. However, Lu Ming would not let him have his way. He kicked the man's eyebrows, causing him to feel dizzy. Then, Lu Ming grabbed the dreamy sacred jade with his palm. Tell me, what are the Wu people doing here? How many people are here other than you? Lu Ming asked coldly. He didn't believe that only 4 people from the Wu people were here. There must be more. Kill me if you want. Dream on if you want me to say something. The Wu people youth looked coldly at Lu Ming. Then I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming exerted force with his foot and stomped the person to death. If the youth didn't say anything, he didn't care. At most, he would be more careful. It seems that there are indeed a lot of Wu people here. I have to be more careful. I can't be so ostentatious. Lu Ming looked at the heavenly evildoer bell, which was suspended in the air with a headache, and the sun. Both of them were too ostentatious. The solar sun was suspended above his head, like a big light bulb. It could be seen from a distance. Although the wicked bell didn't emit any light, it had to ring non-stop in order to deal with the evil souls in the surroundings. It could be heard from far away. Therefore, he couldn't use these 2 things. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming had an idea. With a thought, he put away the heavenly evildoer bell and the great solar sun, leaving only the wind-extinguishing boots. As soon as the evil bell and the solar sun were put away, the evil souls around screamed and rushed at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming increased his speed. His body flashed like a phantom, avoiding the evil souls one by one. He passed through the gaps between these evil souls and went deep into the evil soul valley. These evil souls were also fast, but they were still slower than Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure seemed to have turned into an illusion. He kept flashing and successfully avoided the evil souls as he continued to move forward. Ordinary evil souls couldn't catch up with Lu Ming. Of course, there were some evil souls with amazing strength and speed. They were the evil souls ranked in the top 100 of the list of 10,000 primitive tribes. When he encountered these evil souls, Lu Ming took a detour from afar and did not fight them head-on.